the clouds go gray. Thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. The sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. From the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my feet to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, the Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load.
Hello? Okay, I'd like to welcome all of you. In fact, I'll say put your hands together for yourselves. Why are you guys not doing it now? Okay, let me do it the Nigeria way. The more you clap, the longer you shall live. Or let me do it this way. The harder you clap, the faster they shall find those girls in Chibok. The harder you clap, the faster they shall find those girls in Chibok. I'd like to welcome all of you here once again. Thank you guys so much. You guys are very far too kind. I'd like to appreciate you, but you know, it was a joke, but that shows the nation we live in today. A nation filled with strife, avarice, and begging for answers. Over 200 girls away, we're looking for them. We've got a military word here and there. But you know, I tell people a whole lot, that's not the Nigeria I know. Those terrible situations we see, or those ways in which we're being portrayed, that's not the Nigeria I know. The Nigeria I know is a Nigeria filled with young people, young intellectuals ready to change the world, ready to start up Fortune 500 companies around the world, ready to take the economy of the world by storm, ready to usurp China as the biggest economy of the world, ready to change the dynamics and the status quo of politics and life in general, ready to make a change in this generation, ready to challenge the status quo. Mahatma Gandhi said something. He said, you cannot change the world, but you can challenge the world. And that's a group of Nigerians today, ready to challenge the status quo and challenge everything that is wrong about this country and take this country to the level it has to be. Tell you what, this country was born in greatness. As this country, can I use the word, permit me, users of English language, reeks of greatness. Reek is supposed to be smell. Yeah, it smells and stinks of greatness. And I know today we have an audience gathered that is bearing true allegiance to that fact. And if you know you're part of the new Nigeria, a breed without greed, a breed without corruption that is here to change the status quo, that are championing the workforce on this country on May 1st, Workers' Day like this, I want you to rise up and make some noise and celebrate yourself in such a way that you've not done before. Because true and indeed, we will talk about Nigeria and talk about this generation. And indeed, this will be our finest hour. Because something is about to happen today. History is about to be made. They've said a whole lot about us, but now we're changing everything. The dynamics is changing. The politics is changing. 2015 is a reality. Years and years to come is a reality. And things can only change with you. So you're here today because you're part of change. That's the reason why you're here. And in case you don't know what you're here to do, you're here for the 7-Star Workers Summit, Workers Conference. And hey, after today, we're going to teach you how to be a 7-star worker. And I must have to thank our people out there. We're being streamed live on the internet now, courtesy Smile. Let's put our hands together for some of our sponsors. GSK, producers of Lucozade Boost, Aquafresh, Holix, Marklins, Panadol, Sensodyne. They're backing us strongly. We've got Diamond Bank in the mix. And we've got some exhibitors outside. We've got Smedan. We've got W Holistic Business Solutions. We've got Leap Africa. We've got Study in the UK, Jobberman, Nigeria's #1 job portal, CSF West Africa, Insourcing Limited, and Transserve Disc. Please, let's put our hands together for these people. I'd like to introduce myself at this point. My name is Rufai Oseni. I work at Inspiration FM, and I'm part of this dream. And I must have to tell you, it's a great privilege for me to be here. People know me to be Rufy the Fire on radio, or they know me to be the Raz type of me, Baba Pride of Ikodu. But today, we're here to talk some serious business, and we're here to change the country in general. And I must have to say a big thank you to the visionary for this, for convening this. Mr. Jimmy Tewa, I met a couple of months back, has been an incredible person. And anytime I talk to him, I see the passion in him and the passion with which he wants to change this country. And people like this really worth celebration and emulation. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jimmy Tewa here. We're going to be here till about 2:30, and it's going to be packed full. Let me just run down. We've got lots of great speakers. As you all know, the keynote speaker will be Fela Durotoi. Let's put our hands together for FD. And we've got panels to talk about this issue. We've got panels that deal with career, and we've got very amiable people on those panels. Please, can you drop the music, please? I so much appreciate that. And equally, we've got panel on entertainment. A couple of people on that panel too. And lastly, we've got panel on business. So it's going to be 3 panels, all right? And they're all going to be on this stage, tackling issues, taking questions, Q&A sessions, and things like that we're going to do here. So it's packed full, so get your questions ready. And we're going to have a quick refreshment, and afterwards we'll come back to wrap it all up, all right? And I tell you, the about 4 hours, 30 minutes you're going to spend here today is going to be worth your while. So sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself. And I want you to scream till your lungs get sore that change is coming to Nigeria. Come on, 1, 2, 3, go. At this point in time, we'd like to take the national anthem of our very beloved country. And I want you to sing the loudest and show that high sense of patriotism about Nigeria, because it's truly our home. And we're celebrating our workers today. So let's all rise up as we sing to the national anthem of our dearly beloved country, our great country, Nigeria.
Arise, O come, patriot, Nigerians call, obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help you the true to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign, shall reign, shall reign.
Please, I think you can do it a little bit better, but put your hands together and raise the roof. Thank you so much. You can go on and on if you want, but I'd rather you sit down. That was Grace Mark. She was at Project Fame. And you can see the power in her voice. And it's just so sensational. You have Nigerians doing great things. Once again, if you're just joining us, and hey, I must have to tell you, you're somewhere that is really important and special. It's the 7-Star Workers Conference, and I feel so excited to be here. Quickly, I've got a couple of people here I'd like to recognize. All right? I've got Pastor Tunde Akinyemi here. Please, can you stand up?
So you registered to vote. You should be very, very proud.
I've got my very good friend here, Wale Tejumade. Please put your hands together for Wale Tejumade. Where is he?
So, very simple.
Okay.
Vote.
I've got Maureen Iyasele here. Please put your hands together for Maureen. Job Mag. Pastor Kelty Daniels, World Worship Center, Accra, Ghana. Please put your hands together for our dear Charlie. And so you have a beautiful country. I was in Ghana a couple of days back.
But the
Okay.
when you are pushed to the wall and there's nowhere to go.
I've got Femi Ajayi here, Impact World Organization. Please put your hands together for Femi Ajayi. And I've got Ayo Adedeji here, MICH Consulting Limited. Please put your hands together for him. And I've got Barbara Oguni here. Where's Barbara Oguni? She's a sensational lady. Please put your hands together for her. Once again, I'd like to welcome you. I can't welcome you enough. You know, there's something we call formatics on radio. For radio personalities, you have to reintroduce what you're doing as much as you can. So if you're just joining us, please come over here. Let me use it to always remember what we're doing here today. It's written all over your shirt. It's called the 7-Star Workers Conference. And today, we're, in the words of Americans, we're upsetting the apple cart. We are changing the status quo. We're changing things. And I want you to hear from the visionary of this idea, you know, the man that brought everything together. In fact, I will call him our confluence because he's the one bringing all of us together. But it's a shame he's not from Lokoja. I've got conference convener, a.k.a. Confluence, Jimmy Tewe. He's got an opening address. Please put your hands together and show him so much love as he steps forward for the opening address.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Please be seated. All right. It seems to be quiet in here. Is it me? All right, that's fine. I'd like to welcome you this morning to the 7-Star Worker Conference. And I want to appreciate you for coming in early this morning. Somebody asked me what time exactly you'll be starting. And I said, within our power, we'll start by 10 a.m. because we need to begin to change the face of Nigeria and change the perception of Nigerians. Are we together on that? All right, and so we're starting on time with an intention to try to finish on time today. But please, one more time, can you appreciate yourselves? Thank you so much for coming today. All right, without wasting time, I'm here to just give an address, just to welcome you. Today, we're going to be having several people that are coming, that will be panelists. So we have our keynote speaker, I believe is around already. And then we have a few other things that we'll be enjoying today, as it were. But my goal here is it up yet? Okay. My goal here is pretty simple. Now, usually people will not do this in a conference, but please could you appreciate Mrs. Titi Lola Tewe as she gets seated this morning? Thank you very much. All right. I need my slides up quickly. That's fine. Okay. So this morning, what I want to do basically is to first and foremost again thank you, but secondly, let you know why we are doing this. This is the second edition of this conference. We had the first one last year. same day, Workers' Day, and somebody said, why did you pick Workers' Day? I have worked with several organizations in the past, 5 of them actually before starting mine in 2011, to be precise. And one of the things that I've come to recognize and understand is that there is a strong desire for people that would excel in the workplace. Now, tied to that is a bigger need where Nigeria is concerned. I am a passionate Nigerian. Is there any passionate Nigerian here? All right. Or yeah, we have people from Ghana. We have people that came, please appreciate people that came from Seme, Badagry. Can you just wave? All right, over there. Yeah, they came all the way. And there are people that live in Ikeja that are not here, but it's okay. All right. That's fine. All right. But so there's a need for change in Nigeria. And I know that the news every day does not help the situation. Like we said, we spoke about the 200 girls. I mean, if you're looking for 2 girls, it's bad enough. But 200 is a crisis. Are we together on that? All right. But the truth about it is this, that 10 years from today will come. 20 years from today will come. And those on the scene today will no longer exist. And a lot of us will be the ones on the scene. My question at that point in time is, what will people be saying? Will we have a mediocre nation, or will we have one that actually stands out amongst other nations? All right. So what I want to do, or what this is all about, it's not just about people that work within organizations. It's about people that work, employees, but also speaking about businesses, also people that are into art and entertainment. This year, we're not focusing on agriculture, but Nigeria was once known for agriculture. Am I right on that? Okay. But what we are doing is that we're going to introduce that this year. Next year, I believe we're going to have 4 panels. Maybe next year, one of the things we're looking at is having breakout sessions during the conference. It's going to be a full-fledged conference, but it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and better and better. Are we together on that? Excellent. Now, I am waiting for my slide, actually. So just help me. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be sharing very quickly a few thoughts on 7 lessons I learned preparing for this particular conference. Let me say something and let me admit a few things. That usually when I'm preparing for a conference like this, I already know the focus. I know what the intention is. For this particular one, it's not just about you. You will be impacted, but it's also meant to position this program as a national development initiative. All right? So it's not just about we, having a good time. We will have a good time. But more importantly, how do we all participate in causing change in Nigeria? And so that's why in picking and selecting the people that are the keynote speaker and also the panelists, we have selectively picked people. We're not saying that those who have not been picked are not important, but what we're saying is that for this particular conference, they are able to add the most value to what we're doing today. Are we together on that? All right. So Mr. Feladote will be coming up shortly, very soon. And I'm not going to say a few things, all right, about him until he comes. Because let me say this, that him being here today is a big miracle. Are we together on that? All right, but I look at what is going on globally. Many of us at this age are actually behind. People walk up to me and say, wow, you are doing great and awesome things. And I'm telling them, I am trying to catch up. So we need to maximize time. I'm going to do that today, but even after this event, for you to become a 7-star worker, you must be somebody that knows how to make more out of the time you have. How many hours does Bill Gates have? Anybody, can you answer me on that? What about Aliko Dangote? Let's bring it home a bit. What about who do I call? But you know where I'm going, right? How many hours do you have? 24. So what I found out is that great people use the time of those that have nothing to do to accomplish their own goals. Do you get that? Great people use the time of those who have no strong vision, no vision, nothing driving them to accomplish their own goals. And yes, you will have to work with people in accomplishing their goals, but at some point you must have something that is driving you that you're using your time for. Second lesson, very quickly, is would this event, and I was just thinking through this, would this event be successful without having the right people working with me? I left this hall to 1 this morning. And I can tell you that I didn't carry much. I didn't do much. But I had people that were here till late, all making sure that this place was well decorated, all making sure we are on live stream, doing all these things. I can say to you, you maybe after the conference, you will come and say, Mr. Jimitewe, congratulations, but I wish you could actually shake every other person that was a part of this. Can we please very quickly appreciate every volunteer, every sponsor, every mentor, everybody that has supported this conference? Next, please. So I want to say boldly, please, all right, that it takes getting the right people on your team, all right, it's an indispensable requirement for achieving success on any great project. Let me say this to you. Many of the people that are either volunteers, some of them are meeting them for the first time today. But one of the things I've learned is this, that as a 7-star worker, you must intentionally connect with people on your journey to success. It's intentional. I tell people I used to be very shy. But I had to make an adjustment because I realized that no great vision can be accomplished by one person. Somebody said that where there's no vision, people perish. And somebody said where there are no people, the vision will perish. That's the reality about it. And so I want to charge you, and you're going to need people on 3 levels. You're going to have people that are your mentors, people that are above you. I've had many of them call me. Send me a BB chat this morning, just telling me that it will be a great event, and that has been very encouraging for me. I have peers that are saying, what can I do to be a part of this? I have prodigies that are saying to me, how can we be a part of this? You must have people on those 3 levels. Are we together on that? The third lesson, very quickly. And the scenario is this. What if people knew that we started this project with less than 5% of the budget? I won't tell you how much it cost us to put this together. But when we said we wanted to start planning for this year, we had less than 5% of the budget in our account. One of the things I've come to learn is that you will never really have, if you do have big dreams, you might not always have all the funds available for it. I found out recently for somebody who's pretty close to Aliko Dangote and has access to him, that a lot of the projects he has, my question is, are you selling something that's just meant to bring value to you? Or are you selling a vision that will take care of you and everybody around you? There are enough resources around you to accomplish the vision that you have in your heart. Real, well-processed visions designed to make impact will attract the needed resources, including people, finances, or whatever you require. 7-star workers plan based on their vision, knowing that it will attract. Go back. Knowing that it will attract. Can you go back, please? Knowing that it will attract the right resources. Are we good on that? So I want to say this to you. If you have a vision, because one day there must be, maybe you have a 10-star worker conference. I won't fight with you. Are we good on that? Whatever your vision is, I want you to pursue it. And don't let there is no money be the reason. There is so much money available. I'm telling you that people that are angel investors, that people that are, venture capitalists. Now, if you understand how to position yourself, I'm going to have a few people talking about, how you can access funds. There are funds, if you need them, for your vision. Never say never. I had a story. I met somebody recently, just about 2 weeks ago, and he was sharing with me about how he wanted to go to school at Oxford. And 1 year MBA was, about 17 million naira. I said he didn't have it. But guess what? The vision was so strong, he raised the money. 17 million. How many of you would like to go to school for 17 million here? But hey, he did get it. And today, because of that degree, he's the CEO of a very great company in the advertising industry now. Are we good on that? So please never let resources be the reason why you're not able to pursue your dreams, all right? Would people believe it? Would people believe it if they knew we made many genuine mistakes in planning for this conference? It looks all nice to them, am I right? It looks all nice to them, am I right? But you cannot imagine how many times we have said, wow, we wish we did it a bit different. Can I have the next slide? Let's look at the lesson to be learned from there. The fear of making mistakes is a powerful force that inhibits the faith for achieving success. Never be afraid to make mistakes. In fact, a mistake is an indication you try to do something to succeed. And so if you don't try, in fact, whatever you try, you can actually make a mistake with it. So mistakes are no big deal. Somebody says, what if I do it? What if it doesn't work? What if it works? My desire is not for this conference to be the biggest thing. My desire is for what is inside of you to become the next biggest thing. And so that's my charge to you. Never be afraid of mistakes. 7-star workers make mistakes, but they recover quickly and they learn from them. The 5th point, very quickly. What if people knew that I prepared these slides early this morning? All right, I know some people that are on live stream right now will be like, yes, I know it does that. The truth about it is that I do not lack what to say. Trust me. But the truth about it is this, that
I realize the importance of this, and many times I have to just keep, and Fela will probably tell you about that. I have to keep checking what exactly can I add to it, what exactly can I do with it. And why am I doing all of this? Next slide, please. Sometimes your desire to deliver your best value should push you to the limit instead of settling for something mediocre. The average, as it were, Nigerian today will settle for most things. Let's just do something. Please, we are not regular average people. A Nigerian is somebody that strives for superior performance. Am I right on that? We need to begin to redefine who a Nigerian is. A Nigerian doesn't settle for just anything. We give the best. Are we together on that? 7-star workers leverage their originality and their essence in delivering superior value to their customers. So when you work within an organization, please don't just do what they ask you to do. I want you to leverage who you are to add the best value to the work you're doing. Somebody said, I was listening to someone, I think it was Ike, the wild child, in a program just this last weekend. He said that the reason why God gave you your fingerprint is that it's so that every time you do something, because your fingerprint is original, am I right? You should say that Jimmy was here. Am I right? It means that Yaduni was here. The same thing happens with you. The work you do should speak of you. Are we good on that? So please, let me say this to you. You carry a lot of potential. You have a lot of capacity, and it's time to begin to deliver it. The next point, please. What if people knew that some of our guests called in to cancel? Please, can we appreciate Mr. Mian Swoman? I knew that he would do that to me. Please, I'll explain. Please appreciate him. Please appreciate him. I'll explain to you why. He's a very shy person. Let me say this to you. In the workplace, the best boss I've ever had is Mian Swoman. Best. Many of you have heard my story about a manager that I spoke to. Am I right? That's Mian Swoman. And I worked with him in Accenture, worked with him in UB, and I worked with him in Bank PHB. And if I can, if situations permit, I will work with him again. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you so much. All right. Back to the slides, please. So what happened was this. A week or so to the event, I get a call. I am so sorry. Sorry for what? 2 days to the event. I need to be in London tonight. Now, London is not Benin. It's about 6 hours, but the vehicle is different. You need to be sorry. I'm stuck in London. I think I need to go free some people from London. Are we together? I'm not able to come for this event. And at that point, I was like, oh no. What will people say? People are coming. I have promised them value. What exactly will we do? Now, the reason I'm sharing that is this. Let me say this to you. You will never really have a smooth journey. But if you keep your focus, you will get where you're going to. People think and assume that it's easy. Let's welcome Mr. Bumi Davis very quickly. Thank you very much. These are our panelists that are showing up on time. Thank you so much for that. People do not realize when I get to speak to my mentors, Fela will tell you, he will tell me about the day that he failed. What went wrong? Great people they have big issues. Somebody said billionaires have $1 billion issues. Are we good on that? Trust me, you don't want a $1 billion issue. You will wake up 2 a.m. every day without being told. But what I'm sharing with you is that, you see, it's not so much about the challenges you will face. There are a few factors you must have inside of you. And let me have the next slide very quickly. Your ability to focus, to remain committed, and to stay positive while working on major projects is more important than your ability to plan and expect ease in execution. Focus, commitment, and to stay positive. You know the funny thing, and maybe I'm going to get ahead of myself a bit. One of the people that called to apologize sincerely was Fela Dutoye. What would I tell people? Why are you saying, he's around, don't worry. All right. So I say, I'm going to. Am I right? Take it easy. So he calls me on Friday last week and says to me, there is a national assignment, and I'm for national assignments. And he says, I need to be in Ukraine. Now, there are some countries you can go and quickly come back. Ukraine is somewhere else. And so he tells me, I'm so sorry. It's taking me time to think about how to share this with you. But I said to him, sir, I understand. You won't do this to me. Am I right? So I said, what do we do? So he says, let's record a video. So on Tuesday, we were at his house to record the video. And as soon as he finished the video, the phone rang and they said, you don't need to come to Ukraine again. What am I saying to you? Keep your focus. I could have said, this program, I'm so sorry, Fela Dote will not come. Now, if he came in video, he wasn't going to Skype. He said, whatever I need to do, I will do. But I'm saying to you, you must remain positive. Let's appreciate Mr. Fela Dote. I was just speaking about you, sir. Thank you so much. Please rise up. He's our keynote speaker. Please appreciate him. Thank you very much, sir. I was just sharing a story with them. The interesting thing is that, unfortunately, as it were, there are two of the panelists, and I need to be open with you. I believe in integrity, all right? That will not be with us today physically, all right? One of them is Weird MC. She's in London. Someone says, relax. Someone say, relax. She owes me one, and she knows she owes me big, right? That she said already. The other person is Mr. Tosan Jemide. He had to be in London for something. However, we have somebody joining the panel. I want to mention at this point, I heard about him 2 weeks ago. Now, I've worked in consulting. When you become a partner in a company, it can take you up to 20 years. And you can spend 25, 26 and not make partner at the end of the day. Some people here can attest to that. Am I right? But this man is the youngest partner in Deloitte, Nigeria. And he'll be here today, all right? And he's going to be part of. I just spoke to him yesterday. I heard about him. I got his contact. Remember, I talked to you about connecting with people, all right? There is nobody you cannot connect to. Are we together? All right? So today, if there's anybody you want to connect to here, before they leave, all right, make sure you what? Connect. That's important. Now, please can I have the slides? I need to wrap up now so that we can move on very quickly. So your ability to focus, to remain committed and stay positive while working on major projects is more important than your ability to plan and expect ease in execution. What does that mean? 7-star workers keep their focus. They remain committed and positive in spite of the challenges that they face. So you will face challenges. Are we together on that? But you must stay positive. Next slide. And let's wrap this up quickly. Do people understand why I am doing this event for free? You can't imagine how people will ask me, are you charging for this program? How many of you have come by charged? I know. Don't worry. Put your hands down. It's fine. All right? I'm concerned. Only one person raised their hand. All right? Okay, but it's okay. No problem at all. Maybe that's the reason why I'm doing it for free. All right? But that's fine. But unfortunately, or fortunately as it were, and I believe there's a lot of change, we are not at that point where generally everybody believes so much in pursuing information and doing all they need to do to get it. There are 3 reasons why I'm doing this. Next slide. Number 1, a large number of people will not pay a fee for your value until they have a feel for free. Do you get that? A lot of people, they will not pay a fee until they feel it for free. A time will come, and I don't know whether it's going to be 7-star worker conference, but you will pay $10,000 to listen to me. Are we together on that? All right? Somebody didn't answer. And that's going to happen. People will come from other countries to come and listen. Why? After they've had an idea of what I carry, they will come for it and pay for it. I'm sharing that not because of me. I'm sharing that because of you. Many of you, particularly in Nigeria today, the competition is so stiff. Yesterday, they had the makeup in Nigerian conference. Everybody's doing makeup. I always share this way. Some people, the before is better than after. Are we together? Yet, they are doing makeup. One of the best strategies is initially do it for free, for family, and tell them, recommend me to somebody else. After a while, people will pay you a fee for it. Are we good on that? Find a way to add value to others and eventually to add value to you. The second reason I'm doing this is that this is a national development initiative. By 2025, Nigeria will undoubtedly become the most desirable nation to live in. Everybody, people believe in that, all right? That's it. And that's one reason why we're doing this. So we are positioning, we are investing today for the tomorrow that we desire. The last point on that, just keep it on the slides as much as possible. Principles work. There's a principle that says what you give for free after a while will come and earn you a fee later. Did you get that? What you give for free for a while will come back. When you impact people positively, after a while, they will come back and tell many others, and those ones will pay you. I'm sharing that with you because many of you, I know I'm looking at the crowd. I see people that you have shared your dreams with me. Please don't be afraid. If you have to collect just the cost price to do what you need to do, do it. It is done. Somebody will speak about it. 7-star workers, they think long term. On that note, next slide. Next slide. I want to welcome you and thank you so much for coming to the 7-Star Worker Conference. Can we please put our hands together and appreciate Rufai as he comes up? Thank you.
Please, you can do it a little bit better. Put your hands together. And I'd like to appreciate everybody for being here. We've got lots of new people. FD's in the house. Let's put your hands together for FD. Where is he? FD, sir. I'll say something very prophetic. I met with you a couple of years back, UNAB. You came to speak at the Father's house. I shook hands with you. And I said, I'm shaking hands with greatness. Prior to that time, I had worked with the BBC and all that. A year after, I'm standing on the same platform like you. So there is a connection when you touch people. And you see, if you break it down, the meaning of FD's name is Fela, he who emanates greatness. So there's a connection when you touch people like this. You might not remember lots of people touch you that day. Lots of people touch you that day, but I touch you specifically. And you see, speaking of events, go there on time. The event was scheduled for 7 o'clock that night at the Father's house, Pastor Wally. And I got there 11:30 a.m. just to listen to FD speak. I've heard a whole lot about him. I've never listened to him. And afterwards, I touched him and had a connection. And something happened. Today I'm working in Inspiration FM. I share this podium with lots of great minds. And you too can do it, but there's a power of connection. So you have to take something. Everybody here is loaded. Everybody here is a forerunner of a miracle. Everybody's a John the Baptist. But it's all about you tapping into what you see around. Take, for instance, you've seen loads of people. HR manager, Samsung is here. HR manager, lots and lots of laudable company. Leap Africa is here. There's a whole lot you can do. Just a single card can do it for you. I got my job by emceeing an event for free. So please learn to do free things. I got my job by emceeing an event for free. I will not take much of your time. I will call on this lovely lady that is here to bless us. She's got a little recitation, a 7-star recitation by Barbara Oguni. We take that and afterwards we'll all get ready because FD is about to stomp the yard, if there's anything like that. Don't forget, we're upsetting the apple cart today. Put your hands together and make some noise. That change is coming to Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Barbara Oguni. I am 10 years old. I attend Green Spring School, Lagos, and I am currently in year 5. So, how did I get here? I mean, what's a 10-year-old doing standing in front of this large audience talking about who a 7-star worker is? If I'm to fill a form today and there's a space for occupation or profession, I'll be filling in student. Students work because our teachers always give us homework. That makes me a worker because I always do my homework. I met Mr. Jimmy Tewe 2 weeks ago at a gemstone meeting where he was the guest speaker. I gave a short speech on nation building just before he came up. Earlier, I had introduced myself to the person sitting beside me as a motivational speaker in training. Before that day, I told my mom that I wanted to work during the Easter break. So she told me to do chores and that she will pay me. But I didn't want extra chores. I wanted a real job. So God brought Mr. Jimmy Tewe my way, and he gave me the job to prepare a speech on nation building. On who a 7-star worker is. So you see how I got here. He said he had got the idea for this conference from the Burj Al Arab building in Dubai. What I liked most was the fact that the hotel was built on an artificial island. This simply means some people had been doing their homework a very long time before the hotel was constructed. Therefore, a 7-star worker has to be creative, has to dream big, has to be hardworking, think out of the box, just as the workers of the hotel were able to see something out of nothing. The management of the hotel said they never used 7-star in their advert. So how did they get it? It was a journalist who went for the pre-opening press conference that said the hotel was above and beyond anything she had ever seen. There was another group of people who went to the hotel to see for themselves and said it was inexplicable that about 50 years ago, Dubai had no running fresh water and they could achieve something so great. This is 15 years after, and Burj Al Arab is still the only 7-star hotel in the world. I concluded that the workers did their homework very well, even though they might not have been expecting any award or review. Their work spoke. Please let your work speak. So therefore, a 7-star worker has to be relentless, consistent, and has to work towards the number 7, which I understand means perfection. I love reading a lot, and I didn't have any new books to read. My mom told me she wasn't buying me any new books. She thinks I don't read them, but I do. So she said she would look for a book club for me to read in. And I didn't really like the idea. So I went into her library and searched for a book, and I found Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. The book taught me that to walk to the number 7, you have about 10,000 hours. Bill Gates, Bill Joy, Chris Lagan, and other outliers mentioned in the book did a lot of preparation, and I think they used their 10,000 hours wisely. And they had the right opportunity to develop their talents, just like Mr. Jimmy Tewe is giving me the opportunity to flourish. So I would say, to be a 7-star worker, you need to do your homework and meet the right people, like I met him. One day soon, I'm hoping to start a network of young like minds where we can start to talk about our future and work towards what we want to see. Because, like I said during the Gemstone meeting, by 2025, I will be a 21-year-old lady and not this 10-year-old girl anymore. My favorite quote by Mahatma Gandhi is, "Be the change you want to see in the world." That's why, 1, I want to be a blogger because I like analyzing social trends. 2, a psychologist because I want to know how the mind works. And 3, an actress because I like playing different parts. And finally, a motivational speaker because I like talking, as some of you may have noticed. You might say I want to be many things, but I put it to you that you can be anything you want to be, especially a 7-star worker. So if there's anyone who wants to employ me, please see Mr. Jimmy Tewe.
Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. That's amazing. I'm sorry, can I be a bad boy and ask you guys a question? What were you doing when you were 10, really? Maybe somewhere dancing a lantern on the road. Oh, you were playing Okolo. Don't mind me. Very incredible stuff. And she wrote that by herself. That's creativity. That's her intellectual property. A couple of days ago, it was World Intellectual Property Day. So I want you to even clap for her even more because she wrote that by herself. And the SAR from Samsung, if you need somebody to help out with some basic customer relation issues, if you can just kindly. Okay, the offer letter is ready already. And please don't forget your orgas at the top when you get there. All right, at this point in time, once again, let's put our hands together for Barbara Aguni. That's her name, Barbara Aguni. Write her name down. Check her blogs. I'm sure in the next 10, 20 years, her blogs will be everywhere. You'll get to read Barbara Aguni, all right? Barbara. Okay. Barbara. Okisibe. Okay, Barbara Aguni. Okay. At this point in time, we're going to take first a lead presentation, as it's called. I want all of you to pay attention, take notes, get ready. FD's about to stump me out. I cannot introduce FD enough, but let me say some things I know about him. He's a man that is passionate about what he says. I give speeches too. I don't see too many speakers that talk from the heart. They're good with rhetorics, but they don't really speak from the heart. In fact, the speakers I've seen in my life that really speak from the heart happen to be dictators. Take, for instance, Adolf Hitler. When he was giving his Mein Kampf speech, he was talking from the heart and gesticulating. Stalin, Benito Mussolini, Cretuce, Duce, Italia, Datri Tumba. These are dictators that speak from the heart. But when you see a man that is not bamboozling you, that is here to help, and that speaks from the heart, that speaks very passionately, you should be very excited because he's about to transform you. I'll tell you what, in the bid to be a 7-star worker, I must tell you, you're late already. Because a Chinese adage says the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So, let us all herald FD as he tries to take us into space travel 20 years back, and as we look forward to our future now. Let's put our hands together for Fela Dorotoye, international acclaimed motivational speaker, as he steps forward to give the lead presentation here. Please put your hands together for him. Show him some love. Put your hands together. You can do it a whole lot better.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Happy Workers' Day, everyone. Happy Workers' Day. Has anybody wished you Happy Workers' Day today? Just now. Okay, in that case, then I'm going to ask you to please extend really good greetings to the person next to you. I mean, it took somebody from all the way from the other side. And there's somebody right next to you. Okay. It's very interesting that most people think Workers' Day is really only for people who are employed. In fact, in a sense, employees. But I dare to say that if you have a purpose in life and you're working out your purpose, you are a worker. Work is what every human being with breath is expected to do. Now, you may use a platform of employment. It could be business. It could be, you could be an employee working. And let's be clear, that you have a job does not mean you're working. Do we know that? Okay, and I'm sure some of you have heard the story of the gentleman who was brought in as an expatriate from India, and this factory was trying to restructure. There's been so much rot, and this expatriate was brought in for 6 months. Simple idea, very simple. Let's find who the next foreman will be.
So the Indian guy says, give me 3 months. I will tell you your foreman. So very simple. Pays attention day after day. How the guys are working. He streamlines 2 people. One person that he really likes. The other one obviously was the guy that was the favorite of the MD. At least before the restructuring. So he was the one that had the godfather. So when the time came for him to make a presentation, he says, there are 2 people that we are considering for the role of supervisor. But I like to say, I have only one thing to say about both of them. This person, he working very hardly. The other one, he hardly working. Unfortunately, now the people didn't know who do we exactly fire and who do we hire. Is it the hardly working or is it the working hardly? So which one do you think they took? Well, so unfortunately they took the working hardly, and he was saying he working hardly. This other one hardly working, very hardly working, very. So ask the person next to you, are you hardly working or working hardly? And whatever they said, let's know whether you need to change your chair, yeah? All right, so please, if you can, just help me put your hands together and say a big thank you to a man who is hardly working. I think that when you receive, there are 2 things. And number one, it's very difficult to be able to bring a dream to life. The process of bringing a dream to life is a very exasperating process. Many people have dreams. I'm sure you know that. You probably have a few that you haven't brought to life yourself. But it's worthy of a really great applause every time you are able to see someone who identifies a possibility and is able to take that possibility into reality. That process is not why I'm here, but I will quickly give you 4 things that need to happen. If you're one of the people who I'm talking about, who has a possibility in your mind, but it hasn't become a reality yet, I want you to go check out these 4 key steps. Number 1 is that you must turn that possibility into a dream. In other words, you must see the picture of that possibility. You must see it. You want a conference? See the conference. Where do you see the conference? You must see it if it will ever become something that you will touch. Number 2, your dream must be crystallized into an idea. So yes, you want to pull together a conference to help people. You can see people sitting down. Question is, what's that conference called? Is it a 1-day conference? Does it start in the morning? How long is it for? That entire process is framing. That's what they call it. Framing your dream into an idea. Many people have dreams, but they haven't turned it into specific ideas. Until it becomes a specific idea, it's not implementable. You can't give an instruction on a dream that has not yet turned into an idea. Samsung will tell you that for every product that they ever produce, there was a dream and a possibility, but then they decided, listen, exactly what are we talking about here? Then it becomes a concept. Then from concept, they turn it into a product idea. Because from idea, the next thing is action. That's where implementation takes place. So at the level of dream is inspiration. At the level of idea is implementation. At the level of action is where you give instruction. And then it turns into results if you follow through with the instructions. So I want you to just look through that thing. I want you to write down the one thing you've wanted to do, you thought you should have done by now, but you haven't done. You don't have to tell anybody else. I want you to write it down now. There's something that you wished, you thought should have been done. It was probably in one of your list of goals this year, maybe. Maybe it wasn't even a goal for last year. But it still hasn't been done till now. If you have been able to identify one such thing and you've written it down, I just want you to raise your hand so that I know for sure that I'm talking to someone who's real with me, at least based on this thing I'm talking about. I'm saying you've written it down. I'm not asking you for it. Okay? Are you there? Okay. Anybody on this side? Yes. Okay, fantastic. You've written down what it is. All right. Now I want you to circle which part of the link you think was broken. Circle it. Was it first that I have not been able to frame it in my mind? I haven't turned it into a clear concept. I haven't seen it. I once spoke to a gentleman who said to me, one of the things I've wanted to do for a long time is to go and do my master's. And I asked him in which school. And he says, I've not yet chosen my school yet. So I said, you don't have a dream, you have a wish. Until your wish becomes a concrete dream, it cannot inspire the desire that you require to be able to take action. When you don't have desire, there's nothing to sacrifice for. You don't have anything to trade. Your desire places a value for which you're willing to trade something else to get it. Does this make sense to you? Did you get what I said? If I see a car that I like and I'm willing to pay 800,000 for that car, it means I would rather have that car than have my 800,000. Does that make sense? So what desire does is to frame and put your sacrifice into unit measurement. I can measure how much sacrifice I'm willing to give to get what I desire. I cannot desire until I see it. What the vision does is it begins to inspire a desire, and then I'm able to measure how much I'm willing to give to get it. People don't give for wishes, they give for dreams. People don't live for wishes, they live for dreams. Does this make sense so far? So check that thing. Is it still a wish, or has it gone into the dream level? Now let's go beyond dream and say, is it something I have been able to write down into a specific idea? Now it won't be an idea if it doesn't have a name. It needs to have a name. Everything God created, God named. Every child must be named after 8 days. Otherwise, the child becomes anonymous. Why is it important for us to be able to have a name for every idea? Because that is, without a name, there is no address. And you need an address for people to be able to identify what to do with it and when they need it. Name gives identity. So you need an idea that has a name. And then it needs to now be framed into actionable instructions. So what's the first step? And then what? What's the next step? And then what? What's the next step? Too many ideas die on the platform of magnitude. In other words, they're trying to be born as they are seen in the dream stage. Nobody gives birth to a man. The only man that was ever born a man, he fumbled big time and we're all still getting into trouble. His name is Adam. Next time God said, no, 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 no. I'm never creating a man again. I'll create someone who can grow. So in other words, your idea must be big, but it must start small. It is in the start small that the action can be taken. There are too many dreams that just haven't seen the light because it's just so big. You're wondering, where do I start? So I'm trying to help you find where it is that missing link is. I didn't plan to share this. This is not what I came. This is off balance sheet. And then the last one is just follow one instruction at a time. And if it's possible, try and dedicate at least one thing every day. Find one thing that you will do about that idea. Just one. Until you get your result. That talks to you about consistency. And this is the second thing I just wanted to talk about very quickly before I get you to really place an honor on Jimmy Tewe and his beautiful wife and the Inspiro team. Is that anything you do occasionally really will not get you where you're going. The journey of 1,000 miles will start with one step, but most times it never ends with one step. The reason why most things never become hugely successful is that they are done, but they are not done again. To enter into the kingdom of heaven, you are born, but then you have to sometimes, and then it says, walk it out. It's a process. It's a process. It's a process. Stay there. I have one very simple message today. And I don't want to lose it, so I'm going to give it to you as though it were a title of what I'm about to teach you. And it's very simple, so that you don't lose it. Are you with me? If you can write this down, please. Find what you are best at and give your best to it until you become the best at it. Find what you are best at and give your best to it non-stop until you become the best at it. Is there anybody that is willing to do it with me? Can we do it together? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Let me ask you a very honest question. Are you working currently on what you know how to do best? Is it the thing you know how to do best that you're currently working on? Be honest with yourself. Okay? Because whatever you're good at, you can only become better at it. But whatever you're best at, you will become great at it. There is no bester, there is greater. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying. And so if your greatness was to be able to fund every dream plus more, what would you want to be great at? Can you write it down right now? If your greatness was to be able to fund everything in life that you could ever need, plus what your generations could need. I don't want you to place a value on what your greatness can bring. I just want you to imagine that if there was anything you did and it was so great that it was able to provide a house, a trip, every need you could possibly have, what is the thing you would want to be great at? Write it down. If you need to close your eyes, let's do something very quickly. All of these things I'm doing, I'm just flowing with my spirit as it comes right now. Close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes for a second. Listen, when at moments like this, I beg of you, don't take this lightly. This is not me I'm not the one here right now. I'm being honest with you. I want you to imagine yourself receiving an award of greatness. I know many of you have heard of award for excellence. But this is the award that the people who are excellent in an industry have gathered together to give to you because you have distinguished yourself amongst the excellent ones. And I'm asking, what did you do, or what do you do for which that award has been given? What do you do? What do you normally do? So it's an award for greatness in what? Greatness in what? What have they seen? I want you to quickly open your eyes and write down what you saw. If you saw something. If you didn't, don't worry, we'll talk about it in a few minutes. For some of you, is it what you're currently doing? For others, is it something completely different from what you're doing? But I think it's extremely important and expedient that you quickly engage the ladder that will take you to the top of the right wall. Because many people are climbing ladders, but it's going on the wrong wall. Fortunately, you can't jump ladders. You've got to climb down and start to climb the one you want to climb properly. Now, I think we have to come up for some air. This is already too heavy for me. Did anybody find something? Did you find something? You found something? Okay, good. In that moment, I would like you to please, I want you to find a way to express gratitude to Jimmy and every other person that has chosen to be here for your sake. Knowing fully well that you could have had to pay for this, but you have not been asked to do so. If this was the only payment you will have to make, is there a way of showing through appreciation exactly how much this conference is worth to you? Now hold on. Before you do so, remember that the appreciation you show could either inspire Jimmy to be able to make a third one happen, or cause him to realize that, you know what, these are not the people that I need to do this for. Let me go to where I'm celebrated, not tolerated. So think about what you're about to do. Jimmy's not even here, so you're not doing it per se for him, I guess. Where's he? He's gone out. Okay. But I want you to frame this on record, because there's a camera around here. To the extent that you believe that this is worth something. Obviously, it is worth something for you to have left your house this morning to be here. To the extent that you believe that a man has leveraged his own goodwill with the people he cares about so that he can make something available to you for your life and your career. And he has asked of you to pay zilt. And I'm asking to pay an applause. That's all I'm asking you to do. But what is the amount of applause you would give to reflect the payment that you would have been willing to make? Can we do that? Please express appreciation. And I would like, please receive this, because it is, look, We appreciate you. That's what we're doing. We're just appreciating you. I am sure that if it were left to how much you value this, we will not stop clapping tomorrow. So what I'm going to ask you to do is you can stop clapping now and then you can write a check for the balance. But is it okay for me to tell Jimmy that we appreciate the sacrifice he's made? Then you can say to the Teways, and it's not just Jimmy and his beautiful wife, but also his lovely son and others. We love you. We are grateful. We appreciate you. And our own destiny will not forget the impact you've made on us. Thank you very much once again. Please be seated. All right, I have got 17 minutes more to try and do something that I have to do. I guess add the value that you can add, how you know how to add it. Thank you very much. Conferences like this are incredibly important. And sometimes I need to help you understand. I say something often. I see a lot of people I wish I could acknowledge. What I tell you, too many people. If I start, I'm going to get into trouble. Please, all of you, you guys, you know I love you. I'm worrying. Okay. I'm blowing kisses as usual. All right. Now listen to this. About 130 years ago, or so, November 1884 to be precise. 23 guys gathered into a room in a hotel in Berlin, Germany. And they had on the wall, and I don't know if anybody can see this, everybody can see the screen, but they had on the wall a map. And basically, that map had the shape of what today we know as Africa. And they stayed in that hotel for 3 months. And by February 1885, these guys had come out with agreements where they decided and determined to, in a sense, break up or partition Africa into several sections, and they determined which section was theirs. Each person then went back to their own country and mobilized the resources that were required to actualize the decisions that they had made in that hotel. Within 30 years, they had implemented, and Africa was never the same again. Within 30 years, they had brought a new culture, a new thinking to their places of apportionment. In other words, all of a sudden you'll find out that in a place like Nigeria, even by this time, people who were not speaking English were beginning to be looked down upon. And all of a sudden, within 30 years, in a place like Nigeria, they had started drinking tea in the afternoon. Hot sun. With babanla, dada, ofi and all of that. And they will use their cap to wipe their face and put it back and drink some more tea. It's very interesting because at some point in time in the 50s, when Chief Obafemi Awolowo was looking to fund free education, one of the things that he thought he would need to do, because his entire budget for the year was just about £5 million, and he needed something within the region of £9 million to fund free education. The entire budget of the Western region was £5 million. One program, £9 million. Cut the long story short, Obafemi Awolowo was trying to raise money from every source that he needed. And one of the things he decided to do was to cut out afternoon tea from the civil service. That is the tea they drink at 1:30 in the afternoon. And the civil service went on riot. They would rather their children did not go to school than that tea. This is the level of impact that that Berlin conference had made on the culture of what today has become 1.1 billion people. And I'm asking a very simple question. It's very simple. Are we more than 23? Are we more than 23 here? Is this a hotel? So could we one day say that this is our own version of the Berlin Conference? Whether we call it the Ikeja Conference, perhaps we will call it the Inspiro Conference. And is it possible that 130 years from now, that the people in this room, through certain agreements that we will have by the end of the day, should be able to change Lagos? All of us here. 23 people changed a continent that they did not live on. You have to think about that, though. They didn't just change Europe, they went and took a continent that they didn't live on. So is it possible that we can at least change the nation that we live in? But I'm not hearing anybody talk to me. Can we change the continent that we live in? Is it possible that if at least there must be 150 of us here? If there are 7 continents and 7 times 23 is what? 161 or something like that. There must be more than 161 people here. So even if we decided to check the 7 continents of the world, would we be able to change the world if we were to look back 130 years from now? Then I ask you to please tell the person next to you, we have enough people in this room to change the world. And just tell them, you and I can change the world. But we need to be in agreement. We need to have one voice. We need to have one vision. We need to act with one purpose. And we need to have one goal. Now the question is, what is the goal? Why are you here? Why am I here? It's very important. The mindset that created this kind of thinking is called the butterfly effect, or the butterfly mindset. It's the mindset of significance. Basically, the butterfly effect is now a scientific phenomenon that says that it is proven that a butterfly can flap its wings somewhere on the shores of Apapa, and just those fragile wings flapping can create a cataclysmic cyclone somewhere in Philippines in about 3 weeks. And basically, the butterfly mindset teaches one thing and one major thing only: that nothing is too small to be insignificant, or to be significant, if you want me to say it that way. Nothing is too small to be significant. Let's be clear about this. And I love to use this example all the time because that was the first time I really ever heard this. I was coming from home one day going to my office, and along the Lekki Expressway, I saw a bus, coaster bus, and it had on it staff bus. And on that staff bus beside it, Ebano supermarket. Now some of you, anybody here ever bought from Ebano when they were in Surulere? At least one person here. Right? I'm sure you'll remember that Ebano was such a small it was literally a stall off Ogunlano. And today, not Ogunlano, Adeniro Ogunsoya. Sorry. And today, Ebano is in Lekki. Ebano is off. I'm sorry? Now they are in Port Harcourt. I mean, just the Lekki land on Admiralty, I heard they paid over 200 million naira for just that land alone. Not the building. And now they are breaking ground into another place because they need more parking space. They've just set up another Ebano beside Chevron, down that road. And the point that blew my mind was that day that I saw the bus, and a voice came to me and said, "My son, there is nothing too small to be great." And then he concluded, it doesn't exist. There is nothing too small to be great. In a sense, there's no one too small to be significant. There is no talent too small to be significant. There is no position or role in an organization too small to be significant. Meaning that in a sense, you'll find that in any organization, there will be two kinds of people. There will be menial people and there will be great people. Menial people make every job look menial, ordinary. You hear a menial man who has in a way attained a management position say something like, I'm just an ordinary senior manager. What can possibly be so ordinary about being a senior manager? And if you thought that was not bad enough, you will hear people say, oh, I'm just an ordinary businessman, meaning he's a CEO. One person said to me a few days ago, said, look, you know what? It's just my own tiny little small little business, teeny weeny puny teeny weeny puny, and you are trying to belittle a great dream with a great potential in the name of humility. Ask the person next to you, what do you carry? And then if you can please just let them know it's not too small to change the world. What those guys had was a mindset of influence, the capacity to be able to have an effect on the behavior, the thinking, and the actions of others. I believe that today we would have, in a sense, we all have the capacity to be able to change, not just our lives and our careers, but we have the capacity to be able to change our organizations. We have the capacity to be able to change our industry. We have the ability to be able to change our nation. And we have what it takes to change the world. If there's anyone at least who can, at least if I can find 3 people that agree with me, let me just see their hands up. And just say with me, I have what it takes to change the world. But it starts first with you. And let us be clear. Change can either be incremental or it can be significant. Meaning, in a sense, when you look at change, you can find a kind of change that is better than what it used to be, but it's still much like what it used to be. And this is called improvement. But the other type of change is where you see things that are completely different from what it used to be. That is called transformation. It's not just better, it's different. And I'm asking you, if you can't change Nigeria, would you like to make an improvement or would you like to give transformation to Nigeria? No. Let me just quickly be sure about what I'm talking about. In our education sector, for instance, what do you think we need? What about in water resources? What about in most of our roads in Nigeria? What about security in Nigeria? Healthcare and co. Guys. Okay, what about police? Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so guys, take it easy. So clearly, you believe that Nigeria needs transformation. That's true or false? No, let me be sure that I know the people I'm talking to. Does Nigeria need transformation or not? Okay, so Nigeria needs what? I disagree with you. I'm sorry. Nigeria does not need transformation. Nigeria needs transformers. If we have transformers, we will get transformation. Transformation is an agenda that is mostly hardly ever executed by anyone or team of people. Transformers are a people who are committed to bringing about change using what they have to influence their space. And I'm asking you today to be a transformer. To be a transformer, you're going to have to think like a thermostat, not a thermometer. A thermometer reflects its environment. A thermostat transforms its environment by first setting its goal even before it goes to work. So a thermostat knows what it wants to be. It will declare its intention. I want to bring this room to 16 degrees centigrade. But the room is still 30 degrees centigrade. It will keep its goal clear in front of you, 16, and continue to work until everything around it becomes what it is that it sees inside it. Did you see it? So I'm asking you today, what's the goal that you're working with? What's the transformational goal that you're working on? A few days ago, a young man was talking to me about another young man whose girlfriend was talking to this gentleman I was speaking to and saying, look, I'm not interested in this relationship anymore. He says, so what's the problem? He says, I don't know where the guy is going. So the gentleman I was speaking to was saying to him, give him some time. And maybe what you should do is ask him about his plans. So this gentleman was telling me what he had told the girl. And I said, he has no plans. He said, FD, that's hard. I said, he has no plans. He said, why did you say so? I said, because out of the abundance of your heart, your mouth will speak. You can't keep your plans to yourself if you have plans. So if I were to ask the person who knows you best, what is the transformation that you're going or planning to bring to this nation? Can they tell me? Have you told them? Have you told yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, what we need in this nation will require a shift, a radical shift in our thinking. It will require such an incredible and radical shift that is not just tailored to public sector or governance, but it must be found in every sector of our economy. We need such a transformational, radical shift in our private sector. We need transformational, radical shift in the thinking of our academia. For it is them that produce, to a large extent, the people that will go into all the various sectors. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say here. Ladies and gentlemen, first thing we need is a mental transformation, and that's what I want to talk to you about. I'm asking you a very simple question. What do you see here? Can people see it? Are you able to see? Okay. Oh, is it possible that these ones can't be connected to the slides? Oh, so okay. Can you focus on your cameras? Is there one camera that can be focused on the slide? So that helps, eh? All right. What do you see? Come on, everybody, speak to me, please. What's going on? 1, 2, 3, go! Let's do it as if we have people here who are happy to be here. 1, 2, 3, let's go! I'm sorry? What did you say? Be careful of the lessons that we've learned from the past. To build a new nation, you cannot rely on the old patterns. Are you with me? You cannot rely on the old patterns to build a new nation. You're going to have to see differently to get differently. The new type of worker is going to be different. It's going to be thinking differently, significantly differently. And so I want to talk to you very briefly about the kind of thinking with respect to the quality of the worker of the future. This is the worker that is going to birth the new Nigeria. Remember, when I say the worker of the future, I'm not speaking about the worker that is yet to come. Because the future is not an appointed time that is yet to come on our calendar. The future is everything we can do but have not yet done. The future is everything we can be but have not yet become. The future is everything we can have but have not yet possessed. The new Nigeria is in our future, but it's not a time zone in our future. It is a potential. It's a reality that we are carrying inside, but we have to come together and in this Inspiro conference agree to deliver that new Nigeria. Anybody understand what I'm trying to say here? Quality must be seen from a greater dimension than what it used to be. Many years ago, when you think of quality, the height of quality used to be thought of as 5-star. You say 5-star general, meaning field marshal. This guy is, that's it, that's the top. You can't go past that. 5-star. Until, like we heard a story today, and I even heard the story slightly differently, right? A few years ago, this amazing concept of Dubai and the Burj Al Arab came up, and we started to hear that there was a dimension that was significantly higher than just the 5-star. And this is where the concept of the 7-star worker has come. When I heard about this thing 2006, and I started to teach in schools, especially in the banks, training schools of banks, about this thing called Excel Plus, where I said excellence is not enough. I was saying to them, there is coming a time when we won't have all these 87 banks. These guys, we are coming to a point in time when service excellence will not be enough. It will be a norm. I said we're coming to the dimension where exceptional excellence is what's going to get you everything you want in the market space. Whether it's market share, whether it's profit share. Somebody say, I must be excellent and beyond. I must be exceptional. Exceptional is a dimension of excellence that is second to none. If you want to write it, that's a good thing to write. Exceptional is a dimension of excellence that is second to none. It's distinction in the class of excellence. Distinction in the class of excellence. And I gave you at the beginning of this speech my own little tip as to what should make you exceptional. I said to be exceptional, you must find what you're naturally best at and then give your best to it until you become the best at it. With just about 3 or 4 minutes left to go, I want to read you something that blew my mind a few years ago when I received it. See, in 1998, I started working with an organization called Phillips Consulting. And I had just finished my MBA in Ife. And whilst I was studying for my MBA, I set up a snooker bar. And so, everybody knows snooker? Every day that bar will give me about 2,500 naira, which means that in a time when school was in session for 3 months at the very least, I would earn an income of about 75,000, sometimes much more than that, per month as an MBA student. The most expensive meal on Obafemi Awolowo campus at that time was 800 naira. That was the most expensive Chinese meal. And I was earning 2,500 per day. So I was a big guy, you know what I mean? I was a large guy. I was large. And then I finished my MBA, and then I went to Phillips Consulting. I was invited by them. They sought me out. And I was invited to come for an interview. And having gone through several stages of interview, I was told that they loved me. That was the word that Mrs. Titi Akinsoya used. We love you and we would love to have you work with us. And so I was very humbled by their affection. And on this particular day, she said to me, so we would like you to join us as an associate consultant. And I said, well, I'll be honored to join you. And then she said, so just to discuss terms, you will be starting with us at 13,000 naira per month. I said, excuse me? She said, yes, as an associate consultant, you will be starting with us at 13,000 naira per month. So she said, do you have a problem with that? I said, actually, yes, I do. She said, what's the matter? And I said, ma'am, with all due respect, I am worth more than that. And Titi Akisoya said 3 words that changed my life forever. She said to me, prove your worth. Prove your worth. Tell somebody next to you, prove your worth. She added a few extra words and said, if you can prove your worth, I will match you. And there's someone here who actually is extremely close to the Phillips Consulting family, and she can testify to the things that I'm saying to you. And that moment, I realized that it was now up to me to set my own salary. From that moment on, it occurred to me for the first time in my life that, in a sense, what I was going to earn was a reflection of the value that I set. It was such a mind shift for me that the onus was not on my organization to find out what I was worth. The onus was upon me to prove what I was worth. Ladies and gentlemen, the records are there to show that within 14 months, I had been promoted 4 times. And within 16 months, my salary had gone from 13,000 naira to 130,000 naira per month. And this was in 2009. But that's not the big deal. A few years later, I had left Phillips Consulting, and I wrote a book that today many people have said has just been a transformational book in their career lives. It's called The Subordinate, and Subordinate is actually an acronym for quite a few things. There are 35 leadership keys, but they basically teach you how to manage your boss, and so that you become the right candidate for promotion always. Anybody here would like to be the right candidate for promotion? All the time? All the time? Okay. So let me just read to you what Felicia Phillips, the chairman or executive chairman of Phillips Consulting, said. We call him FOP in the foreword of the book. I'm just going to read you 4 short paragraphs. It says, I have known Fela Durotoye since 1998 when he first joined Phillips Consulting, and I have over the years developed and maintained a closer than the usual formal relationship with him for several reasons, many of which I came to realize as I read this book. Pause. Meaning that it was when FOP was reading the book to be able to write the foreword that he literally said to myself, oh my God, so this was what this guy was doing that blew my mind so much. I didn't even know what it was that caused me to like him so much. Fast forward to another point in time. He goes on to say, this book serves as a wonderful induction material for any new employee in an organization, and much more than that, it serves as a culture driver for existing staff. It goes on to say, imagine if you could get everyone to read, believe, and act out the undisputed truth spelt out in this book, then it will be a classic case of singing from the same song sheet. Just before I move on, so that you don't think I'm trying to sell you a book, we've run out of copies. So I honestly didn't come here to sell you a book. I'm making a point. This is the only copy I have, and I cannot give it to anybody. All right. I advise every organization to acquire this book as a must read for every employee and encourage them to act on the factors highlighted. You might just be amazed at the impact that a collective response will have on your organization. Collective change can be so powerful. He adds, and as a final paragraph, in over a decade of knowing Fela, I have seen him practically live out the principles highlighted in these 35 factors. Therefore, I am confident to certify that the contents of this book are not just the theoretical illusions of an author. Rather, they are practical keys, or should I call them secrets, for a more accurate description of what they really are, that can be lived out by everyone, and that will deliver the desired result of getting you to the top of your career ladder in the shortest possible time. In a sense, honestly, what I did was I tried to study my time in Philips Consulting and the rise that I had experienced in my life as an entrepreneur, and I framed it into this thing called the subordinate. And what I want to do for you is just to share with you over the next really few minutes, two slides that will help you to understand what being your best or giving your best to something you're naturally great at will bring to you. So let's remember, what's the message that I came here with today? Can anybody remember the message? Okay? Find what you're best at and is that clear enough? That's the message. Everything else we're doing is supporting it. To the person who has been able to accomplish this task, you will see 7 dimensions of excellence in your life, your work life. Number 1, in your customer dimension, when you find what you're best at and you give your best to it until you become the best at it, you will soon see that you become the favorite service provider of every single customer that you serve, whether they are external customers or they are internal customers. And regardless of how you start, you will soon see that by simply finding what you're best at and giving your best to it consistently on a daily basis, day in, day out, weekday, weekend, you will soon become the dream subordinate of your boss if you're in employment. In other words, you become the kind of person that everyone wants to work with. Everyone wants to hire. Let me quickly say that all of a sudden you will find out that you become the person whom, rather than tell you what you will earn, they will ask you what you want to earn. By the time I had to leave Philips Consulting, 2 statements that I can never still understand happened. Number 1 was when I went to Mr. Phillips' house to share with him that I had a call of God on my life, and I was being asked to go and set up this thing that even I wasn't totally clear about. It wasn't a church, it wasn't a fellowship, it wasn't just a mission called Eden. His wife asked me a question. He says, "Do you want to kill him?" Oh, you didn't hear what I said. At this time, there were 27 consultants in Philips Consulting. How will the departure of one consultant be an assassination attempt? The second thing that happened was that Mr. Phillips asked me, "Okay, if you want to do this, how long do you think you need to go set it up?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe 1 year." He said, "Well, take 1 year off, but I will pay you every month whilst you're gone, so that you don't go." And I thought it was a great idea, so I decided, okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I went. When I got home, I felt the Spirit of God say to me, "I told you that you have to come with me." So I went back the next day. I said, "FOP, I'm really sorry, but I feel a very strong urge in my spirit that I do have to resign." He said, "Look, if you had to do this, can it take more than 2 years for you to do it?" I said, "No. Go for 2 years and I will pay you, but don't resign." I said, "Thank you so much, FOP. Thank you so much, sir." I left his office. The Spirit of God spoke to me again. "You must follow me." Then I went back and I said to him, FOP, what would you have me do? I really, I'm confused. I'm so sorry. And he said, you know what? I'm going to let you go, but any day of your choosing that you want to come to the office, come. You choose any day that you want. We'll pay you 10,000 naira per day. I came to the office 4 days. They paid me 40,000 naira. Now, if you do that, extrapolate that over a 20-day month, that means my salary had effectively gone from 130,000 per month to 200,000 per month. So I'm asking, what is it that causes in 20 months 13,000 naira to become 200,000? From 13,000 naira per month to 10,000 naira per day. Don't you want to know? And it's not something that only happened in Philips Consulting. When I started my business, the same clients that wouldn't pay me 7,000 naira per day for running a training were the same people that were paying me 300,000 per day for running a training. So it's not just Mr. Phillips. Even when you own your own business, somebody still pays you. It's called your customer. Is there a way in which your boss, your new boss, the customer, is able to place such a great value upon you that your value increases with every experience? No. You didn't hear me. Who are the people that are willing to pay you the most? Are they the people you go and make big promises to, but after the promise they would say to you, oh, we would like to have a refund? Or are they the people that have experienced you, and like it happened with me once when I did a particular project, we had negotiated a particular, for me to come and run a retreat, and I had charged them 1.5 million naira. And the guy who was the CEO of the company said to me, the next person to you is charging 400,000. That's the next highest person that we are talking to. What on earth could you want to say? And I said to him, well, this is the least I can do for you, because I initially charged them 2.5. Cut the long story short. By the time I went to Whispering Palms and I delivered, the next day before I left, I went to say bye-bye, and then everybody wanted to take pictures. And this guy, who is a South African gentleman, put his hand around me because he said, no, I'm going to be the one to take pictures with fella first. And he put his hand around me. And you know what he said? He whispered to me and said, I would have paid you 10 times more for what you delivered yesterday. And I said to him, thank you very much. On my way back to Lagos from Badagry, I heard in my spirit, so you owe me tithe. My entire earnings was supposed to be what I should have tithed. I'm asking you a very simple question. How valuable can you become? Whereby with every experience of service delivery, your value increases. With every day you go to work, you are adding so much value to the organization that they are in debt. By the time they pay you your salary, they are almost begging to say, please manage it. Find what you are best at and give your best to it. There was a time in Philips Consulting, there were 3 people that had the keys. There was Mr. Folusho Phillips, there was the cleaner, and there was me. I didn't know Saturday. I didn't know Sunday. I gave my best. What I didn't give was what I didn't know existed. I'm just being honest with you. What I didn't give was what I didn't know existed. If I discovered something existence, I gave it. I wasn't going to a job. I was going to my place of work. They used to say to me, even in Philips Consulting at that time, you dey like to baff up. Every day you baff up as if you dey go church. And the first thing I really said to the guy was that you know that I'm the body of Christ. Me myself, I be church now. That was what I said as a joke. Then I called the guy. I said, look, but why should I buff up more to go to church than I buff up more to come to work? When it is work that determines what I take to church. In a sense, it's a reflection of the honor that I'm placing on that space, isn't it? When I go to the place of God, I put myself in my most regalious outfit because of the honor that I place. What about the honor I place upon my workspace? How honorable is it? When I find my best and give my best to it, I become the most inspiring leader to my subordinates, because guess what? I'm going to be promoted faster than anybody can imagine. Then I become the most sought after team player, meaning everybody wants you to come on their team. Every department wants you. And before you know it, the industry is going to be benchmarking against you. One of the key things I always like people to understand is that, listen to this, please. Organizations don't compete with organizations. It is people within those organizations that compete with each other. Whoever it is that is more outstanding will give the market share to their organization as a trophy. So let me put it in another way that you understand it. So in a sense, HR directors of banks compete with each other. Whoever is a better HR director will have more inspired, more experienced experts working in his own bank than the other ones. And so he will then be able to have a better crop of people that deliver better service and therefore have better market share. Simple. Marketers compete with each other. Salespeople compete with each other. Whoever is a better salesperson will get a better... Do you understand where I'm coming from? So it's not organizational, it's not corporate competition. It is career competitions that really go on in the market space. And soon, when you are really great, I didn't say when you are good, nobody comments about what is good. Good is expected. At best, tolerated. Nobody desires what is good anymore. People desire what is excellent, but they pursue what is great. Did you get it? So please, I'm begging you, don't be good at what you do. Be great at what you do. And if you can't be great at it because it's not your natural inkling to do so, relocate. You can't listen, you cannot explain to anybody by 2015 that you had 15 years, 11 years. We have right now 11 years, 8 months, and 30 days to go. As at yesterday, it was 11 years, 9 months to go. Today, it's 11 years, 8 months, and 30 days to midnight, Wednesday, December 31, 2025. You cannot say you didn't know 2025 was coming. The last thing I want to share with you here is, or not the last one, it's the second to the last slide, is that you must become the most valuable asset to your organization. You know, there was a time when Ajip Oil Company downsized its operations in Nigeria until there were only 2 staff left representing Ajip in Nigeria. This was about the time when Wale Tinubu, then, Owando, took over not just Ajip and what's the other one? The combination of them. But there were only 2 staff. And I keep wondering, how did they choose the last 2 people that will remain? Anybody ever wondered? So you've got to let go of, say, 200 or 300 people. How do you constantly let go of everybody until there are 2 that you cannot let go? In other words, 2 of them were fireproof. Ask the person next to you, are you bulletproof? They could not be fired. You become bulletproof when you become the most valuable asset to your management team. How do you do this? Very simple. You get to a point where the value you are creating is not just a departmental value, it's a corporate value. It's a kind of value that causes you to add value to an organization even when it is not your job role to do so. Give you one example so that you understand what I'm saying. And I won't say the name of the bank, but it's a bank that is today now operating under another name in Nigeria. But I heard the story of a gentleman who, interestingly, his name also happens to be Jimmy, and he was the head of public sector for South for that bank. And I think that's enough. If I get any closer, people will begin to understand. But anyway, it turned out that one of the guys who was in corporate banking in the Abuja region had been pursuing the Julius Berger account for such a long time. And so they tried everything they could to break into this Julius Berger account, but it never could happen. So you know what happened? One day they were talking about it at their MPR, and they were lashing this guy for, they had shredded him for not getting this Julius Berger account. So Jimmy went and was consoling the guy and saying to the guy, look, you know what? Guy, don't worry. I mean, but what's the problem? The guy says, look, that place na cartel. They are only dealing with one bank. He says, but how do you penetrate? The guy said, nobody can penetrate. The guy speaks German. What do you do? Say their finance controller speaks German. Anytime you go and see him, try to even have a meeting with him, the guy will just be saying, so he said, okay, no problem. I speak German. Say, is there a way I can go with you? Now, you have to understand, Jimmy was head of public sector. It had nothing to do with corporate banking. JB was a corporate account. Jimmy was focusing on public sector. But he chose to go with someone else to go and pursue a corporate account. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say. So what they did was that they had found out that every Friday, the JB team usually had this thing like a thank God it's Friday in one particular place that was like a nightclub. All right? In one of the hotels. I'm not going into further details. But Jimmy, who is a pastor, not you, went to this place to help this guy connect. And they sat down on the table next to these JB guys when the guys arrived. And once the guys came and they started speaking to us, right? All of a sudden, Jimmy too just threw one. Then the guys turned around and looked at him, and they were in shock because this was a black guy that was speaking German. And they said to him, and Jimmy just started rapping with the guy. And before they knew it, this is the story. By Tuesday of the next week, they had the JB account. It became one of their largest accounts. The JB account brought in Strabag accounts. And brought in, because that guy just connected this other guy who really just took over the relationship from Jimmy. But Jimmy did what he did, even though it was not going to affect his cabal. It didn't affect his target. But he went out of his way to do something that will help someone else, that will help the organization. That is a most valuable asset. Does anybody feel me? And then at the end of this, that person must be a master of self. What does that mean? Very simple. That you must have such an incredible relationship with yourself. Let me put it this way. Of all these 7 dimensions, which is the most important? I hope this is still on the screen though. Oh, come on, please. Can you put this on the screen? I think it's better for them, please. Of all these dimensions, which is the most important? Which one? Why? Fantastic. It holds everything together. It starts from within. In fact, I love the way Chino Achebe said it. He said, when the center cannot hold, things fall apart. All right. So can we just look at that self dimension for a brief moment? Because that one has 7 dimensions. It's your emotional dimension, which is your relationship with yourself, the way you see yourself, what you perceive of who you are. Do you see yourself as a valuable person and therefore are looking for a platform of opportunity to give value to? Or are you just looking for a job to help you get enough value to keep body and soul together? And for most people, please let us be clear. In their pursuit of keeping body and soul together, they do the exact opposite. Because they go to a place where they don't want to be. I like the way Bankole Williams put it. Engaged to a job I hate. They go to a place they don't want to be. And what that does effectively is that every morning when your body is going to work, your soul stays at home. And so instead of keeping body and soul together, you are actually doing the opposite. Every morning you tear your body from your soul. Which is why you will thank God it's Friday. Because at least let my body and my soul have some company for a weekend. And when it's Monday again, oh God, it's Monday. So from thank God it's Friday to oh God, it's Monday. But that's what happens when you pursue something that you are not good at. When you are trying to keep body and soul together. Interestingly, we found out that no matter what you do and how much you do it, your job will only keep you just over broke. In fact, there is a correlation between how much you earn and how much you owe when you are outside your real space. So whenever you are working and what you're doing is not what you're created to do, the more you earn, the more you owe. Money will never meet the vacuum that the lack of purpose creates. Write it down. Money will never fill the vacuum that the lack of purpose creates. I'm going to say that one last time. Money will never fill the vacuum that the lack of purpose creates. Money will never fill the vacuum that the lack of the pursuit of purpose creates. But you got to be able to go beyond just the way you see yourself. It's the way you also feel about yourself. When you stand in front of the mirror, do you like what you see? Your body is the vehicle of your purpose. And then the key relations in your life, your spouse, those who hold your heart and keep you tugging. If you are not happy, you're heartbroken, it will affect you at work. There's no way you can, some people say, you must be professional. Keep your anything that is concerning you, your private life, keep it at the door. Can you do that? If your child is not feeling well, do you not take it with you? You will take that child with you to work, regardless of whether that child is in the hospital or not. Then your professional dimension is your career life, your relationship with your career. Do you feel great about what you're doing? Is this what you want to be the best at for the rest of your life? And then, of course, your financial life. Do you know we have found out that in every case of bank fraud, every single case without exception, there were people who were in debt. This was what an auditor said to us. And this is a CBN auditor. Every time they researched them, there were people who had not handled their finances well. It was probably greed that first of all drove them to spend more than they earned. But many times it wasn't just greed, it was a need to meet and feel a vacuum. And they thought maybe if I can buy a bigger television, I will have a clearer vision. And if I'm not going anywhere and I don't feel great with myself going to work, maybe if I buy a bigger car, it will show that I'm going somewhere. But I found out that the size of your wristwatch doesn't tell the time. It's not how much you earn that determines Your financial strength is how you spend. And deferred gratification. Your relevance in your society. True story, quick story, gotta tell you this one. A gentleman was pursuing in the bank a public sector account. He had to go to this minister's office to try and get this account. They had mandated him to get that account from his bank. He had been sitting down in the office of the minister for at least 2 to 3 days, morning till night. Couldn't get to see the minister. So one day, he's sitting down there, and the PA of the minister says to him, do you know that man the secretary of the minister says, do you know that man that is coming? And the guy says, no, I don't. He said, but he looks familiar. He says, he's familiar. That guy is the PA to the minister. If you get that guy, don't worry, you've gotten this account. Instantly, as the guy drew closer, he stood up to go and meet him and said, hi, hello, my name is. And as he went to introduce himself to the gentleman, the guy said, now me you they introduce yourself to. I know you. The guy says, are you not the one in flat number? And it turns out that this guy was in the same block of flats with him, but he was on 2 flats up. This guy was obviously 2 flats down. But you see, Okoko Michael, the guy himself, every day he's going to work. He doesn't care. No matter when they call him for meetings, residence meeting, I don't have time. I don't have time. If somebody blocks his car, please go and tell them to move their car before I come down now. He never integrated even into a single block of flats. I'm not talking about a street. I'm not talking about his estate. Just a block of flats, never integrated into it. Only for him to find out that the guy that could really make the greatest difference as it related to the biggest account he was looking for was somebody who was on his building. Of course he said, I know you now. I know you. Long and short of it, the guy was a Chelsea fan before he became a Man U fan because of these PAs. But this is the big idea. How are you integrated into your space? And at the center of all of this is your relationship with your Creator. In a sense, like we found out the last time, this is the one that influences every other one, isn't it? So it's your relationship with your Creator that tells you who you are. That's where you define purpose from. That's how you find value in life. It's your relationship with your space that determines how you value what you carry, this body. It's your relationship with your space that helps you to treat your wife with respect. Love your wife. Honor. It's your relationship with your Creator that helps you to find what you're created to do. It's your relationship with the Creator that determines how to deal with the silver and the gold that is His anyway. It's your relationship with your Creator that helps you to know, why am I in this space? Where is my place of assignment? And so if you have an incredible relationship with your Creator, you will have this mastery of yourself, and that is what helps you to become this incredible center of this 7-star worker. Does anybody get it? So I say to you at this moment, Nigeria needs 7-star workers. We have to raise a generation of 7-star workers if we're going to be able to transform in 11 years, 8 months, and 30 days. To be able to do this, we need people who must consistently make a positive impact on everyone they meet and everywhere they go. Who must have a mentality to be solution providers and not parts of the problem to be solved. We want people who will determine in their hearts that they will be role models that are worthy of emulation. The 7-star worker is the kind of person who must determine that they will be their best at what they do, especially the things they're naturally good at. The 7-star worker must be the kind of person who would say, I will do the right thing at all times, regardless of who is doing the wrong thing. It is the 7-star worker that will value time, never come late to work, never submit a report late, would honor and value every hour, that the organization invests in him. The 7-star worker is the kind of person that will care about everything: the customers, their teammates, the corporate infrastructure, equipment. They don't just care about how much they earn, they also want to know how much did we earn as an organization. They show respect to not just their boss, but they show respect to their colleagues, their subordinates, their customers, and everyone that they meet. And then they consciously build a great legacy starting every day. They determine what it is that they want to be at the end of their career line, and they work their way to it. Lastly, the 7-star worker makes his family, his nation, and his God proud. And if I can just have one of those things. At the appropriate time, if you would like to know those 10 things I just said about the 7-star worker, there's 10 things. We've crafted it and put it in a way that can be very useful to you, and you can say them until they become a part of you. But to be able to do that, you will need to fill a form. Now, the time does not permit me to do so. I respect the time. And I say that during the break, I believe, they will give you a form like this. Is there anybody that would like to have this card? Sorry, anybody would like to have this card? Okay. They'll give you the form like this, just so that we know who we give the cards to. The cards are being given to you for free, because we are getting them also for free. A company by the name of O Naftali is giving us 5 million of these cards to give out to people for free. And so it's coming to you, not really for free, but the cost is being borne. Change this sheet back, they will give you the card. All you have to do is fold the card like this, and it becomes something that you can use in your wallet. It becomes a wallet card. This last weekend, we had a major breakthrough with regards to the values of this 7-star worker. When the government of Anambra State, and you haven't heard this, I don't know whether I told you, the government of Anambra State has adopted and endorsed these values as the values that Anambra citizens will have. And they are taking it and getting all their traditional rulers to endorse it, and they're translating it into Igbo, and they're going to put it in every government building. They're going to put it in every school. They're going to teach these values in every school. They're going to put it on every billboard. Every day in Anambra State, they will put it on radio, on television, to say, this is who we are as Anambra citizens. It's a benchmark that every other Anambra citizen must try to attain. This is the power of the values that the heart of a 7-star worker can. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. I want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you here. I need you to understand that 130 years from now, as we were talking about the Berlin conference, somebody's going to be talking about the Inspiro conference. And they're going to say this was the conference that changed the work ethic and the work culture in Nigeria. That this was the conference where it became clear that excellence was not good enough. You had to be exceptional. So all I have to say to you is find what you're best at. Give your best to it until you become the best at it. God bless Jimmy and his family. Inspiro, God bless you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Happy Workers' Day. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together. You can do even better. And I want you guys to say thank you so much, FD, for that. Say thank you, FD. Quickly, now we'll move to the panel. And we'll have to do this real quickly. I'm told I have to start with the arts and entertainment panel. And Bankole Williams, management consultant, Edge, execution. Names, generally, it's just... Is Bankole Williams here? Okay. Let's put your hands together for Bankole Williams. It's going to be the moderator of this panel here. You're looking sharp, sir. Yeah. So it's going to be for 20 minutes. 10 minutes with the discussants and 10 minutes for questions, right? 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes now, right? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You guys don't sound excited. I said, good afternoon, everyone. Help me nudge the person beside you and tell them it is indeed a great day. Okay, we're going to be having the panel session, and it's the entertainment panel session. How many of us, are interested in the entertainment industry? Anyone here? We're interested in what they do, the music they produce, the artists, the actors, right? We're going to have an incredible session with them, and I'm going to be bringing up the panelists on stage. I will start with Bumi Davis. Please let's put our hands together for him. He is the CEO of Afrotainment Productions and the convener of one of the leading comedy events in Nigeria called Stand Up Nigeria. Please let's put our hands together for him. He's a graduate of banking and finance. Bumi started Afrotainment in 2000 and stumbled into comedy. According to him, he started out doing plays which were laced with humor. He noticed that the parts with humor engaged the audience a lot, and that led to his interest in comedy. The interesting thing is that he's not a comedian. How do you do that? Okay, he's not a comedian, yet he's respected in the industry by great comedians. Once again, I want us to put our hands together for this incredible young man called Bumi Davis. Please let's appreciate him. Okay, the next panelist that I'm going to be bringing up, well, I'm sure some of you who listen to the radio, you listen to Inspiration FM, right? Yeah, and I'm sure that's our favorite radio station, right? Oh, I can hear some staff there shouting. Okay, she is an incredible personality. I remember one time I was listening to the radio and somebody was trying to say something derogatory. After that person called, like 10 other people called to say, stop it. Do you know who she is to us? Right? She's incredible. Her name is Wana. Let's put our hands together for her. So I think, I hope I get this right. The right pronunciation is Wana. Wana Udobong, right? She is the anchor of sharing life's issues, right? Please just appreciate her for that. It is a show that airs on Inspiration 92.3 FM, and she has, over, 1 million listeners to this particular program. A graduate of the University College for the Creative Arts in the UK with a first class in broadcast journalism. I think you guys missed a good point to applaud her. Wow. Wana worked as a freelancer for the BBC World Service, Resonance FM, London's only arts radio station, and Camden Arts radio station. She joined Inspiration FM in 2009 and has since then become an on-air personality with considerable influence. She was a participant in the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2012, and she also is the founder of 1K for Cancer initiative, which raises funds to assist women from low-income families with their cancer treatment. Please just put our hands together for her. Okay, moving on. Then the final panelist. This is someone who I know really well. You know, I didn't have this initially, and I thought to myself, I can, I can say a lot about this young man without even looking at the script, right? But let me read what's here, then I'll tell you the others. O.C. Ukeje is a Nollywood actor, with a difference. Recently starring in half of a Yellow Sun movie. Obviously written by Chimamanda Adichie. O.C. has distinguished himself in the industry in such a short time. It's not short, because I know where he's coming from. He's been there for quite some time. He has moved from local to global. Hallelujah. In his field, and he says he is only just beginning, right? O.C. Ukeje is an incredible young man. I know when he started acting, and I remember there was a time when he got out of school, he was torn in between, okay, do I get a 9 to 5, or do I focus on this thing? And this is one person that I have seen diligently chase that one thing that he's passionate about. And recently we're talking about how, he's in America tomorrow, next week he's in England. And the truth is, all of this is a product of consistency, right? I want us to put our hands together and appreciate a young man who has stuck to his guns in the entertainment industry. Please, let's appreciate O.C. Ukeje. Okay. It's good to have, the guys in the entertainment industry sitting with me today. We're going to be asking you some really interesting questions, right? And would like you to be as frank as possible with us. Abi, you want them to form? You want them to be real with you, right? Okay, so we want to hear your real experiences. I'm going to be asking you guys a couple of questions, right? But before we jump into the deep questions, I'm really curious. How did you guys end up in the entertainment industry? Was this always the plan? I know, Wana, you finished the first class, so hey, you finished the first class in creative arts or journalism, right? And, you could have gotten a proper 9 to 5 somewhere. But how did you end up in this industry? We'd really like to know this.
Okay. I've always, I think I would go back a little bit. At 13, I wanted to be a lawyer. And I actually, not the one that they say you should do, but I actually genuinely wanted to be a lawyer. And then I happened to go to a courtroom a few times in Lagos. And there were just things I saw in the courtroom, and I just said, it's not going to work. Because my reason for wanting to be a lawyer, being a child, I had a very strong sense of, right and wrong, injustice, and all of those things around me. So I was like, I want to be a lawyer, and when I went to court and I said, okay, it's not good, there's no need. And I said the next best thing for me would be to be a journalist where I can actually highlight those kinds of things that were happening. And so that was it for me. And I said I wanted to study journalism. And the thing is, as much as I knew that I could do other things, I just didn't want to. That was all I wanted. I didn't want to. Even some people say, I don't know how to do anything else. I know how to do other things, but I don't want to be anything else. That's, being in the media is what I love, and it's what I'm obsessed with, actually, because it becomes an obsession for you to be able to keep doing it.
Interesting. I like that. Bumi, do you have anything to share with
us? Good afternoon. Those who know me way back will not be surprised that I'm into entertainment, because right from the beginning, I was always involved in one form of entertainment or the other. I remember growing up, having holidays with my cousins. We would all gather ourselves with my grandparents. And the empty flats in the house then, they would just dump us there. And I and my cousin would always be the ones to put the shows together. And towards the end of the holidays, we would invite aunties and uncles. Going to secondary school, our secondary school, FGC Janiki, I was always the one arranging hall week, house week, social nights, and all those. University, I joined Theatre 15, University of Lagos. So somewhere down the line, there was always elements of entertainment. I should also add this, that I I was not particularly an A1 student in any subject, but I had good knowledge of everything, A3 at best. And those who know what the elements of a producer requires, you need to have an idea of everything. There's hardly anything you can talk to me about when it comes to producing that I cannot contribute. So as a producer, you must know bits and pieces here and there. So what best to do than be a producer?
Fantastic.
So I studied marine sciences at the University of Lagos. Yeah, I thought that would be a good comedic line to open with. That's what I studied. But before that, I was doing a lot of singing. I had music groups I was a part of. I had an a cappella group I was a part of. I had a rap group I was a part of. I was in a choir with Bankole as well at one time. So I was actively singing. That's really what I was sure that I was going to do at some point in my life. But at the time that I finished secondary school and I was getting to the university, it happened that I was with a fellowship on campus and they wanted to do a play. And they asked me to audition for a part, which I thought, you know what, give me the script, let me look into it and then tell you, this is the part I want. You know, but I auditioned, I got the lead, we did it, and a big organization happened to be there when we staged it. And then I started working with them actively, and I worked with them for 4 years. So I kind of stumbled on acting, honestly. It was one of those things that I just happened upon. But as I continued, I realized that with the feedback I was getting, they said, oh, you are quite good at this thing. And then by my third year in university, I knew that I wanted to do this, you know, for a career, basically.
Okay, interesting. Please let's put our hands together for them again. So I'm going to ask, I think I'd like Osi to take this one. I'm going to ask an interesting question. Has there been any time where you were confused about your decision, you know, to stick to acting? Because this industry is very peculiar, and you know, generally they tell you go to school, get good grades. When you come out of school, you should get a good job. And generally, people don't see acting as a profession or a job. So, have you had situations where you felt like, you know, I'm gonna just throw in the towel?
Well, first of all, I have to thank God for the kind of mother that I have, because she never added to the confusion. So the question is not if there was confusion. Oh, there were tons of seasons of confusion. And Wana will bear witness because we had conversations in those seasons of my confusion. But first of all, I thank God for the mother I have because she never added to that. Secondly, I have to thank God for the time that I have found myself as far as the business goes, which is a season where people are, you know, they're accepting of Nollywood to some degree. But I had very many seasons of confusion. And I remember that when I was going to do the acting course in Los Angeles, that was my last attempt, and this was in 2009. I'd made up my mind that if I went and I came back and nothing changed, peace out, yo. This was my, you know, but yes, it was very confusing. And then I know that at the top of it too, it was hard to figure out whether to do music or acting, because I dare say that I'm good at both of them very well. I sing very well. Don't even kid yourself. I'm really good. I'm just saying. But it was difficult to have to do both because both were very demanding, and I didn't know which way to go. So that was one level of confusion. And then when I settled for the acting, it was figuring out how I was going to do this and be able to be responsible as a man and want to have to take a wife and say, this is what I do and this is what is going to feed us, you know. And also there were the seasons of confusion where you have your peers who, you know, just started 2 days ago. I've been at this thing since 2001, and you're wondering, okay, is this a sign that I shouldn't be in this business? Because people just spring up, or people come from out of the country and come into the next thing. They are the people that I'm like, what's happening, man? So I had varying degrees of confusion, and I just wanted to point those elements out so you see that many things added to the confusion, basically.
Okay, I'm still going to ask him one question because he didn't quite tell us everything. There was a time you had to make a decision to go to LA, right? And you had to speak with somebody who you really respect, right? Tell us a bit about that conversation you had.
So I I have this senior Edmond of mine who I had been speaking about the things that I wanted to do. I wanted to do this acting thing for real, and I wanted to get training because at the point in my career, I thought, yeah, it's good to be talented, but it's better to be trained. And you know how you really want God to open doors for you, but you're thinking, so if Steven Spielberg calls you now and says, okay, would like for you to do so, and he uses one terminology that I've never heard in my life before, and I'm looking at the guy, I'm thinking, sorry, what does that mean? I would just not be prepared. So I needed the training. And I had spoken to him on 2 different occasions. And I'd gone into his office, that 6:30 a.m. meeting type of thing. And I talked, and this is what I will do, and then this way I will go, and then when I come back, this is what will happen. And when I finished, he said to me, go and get a 9 to 5. And then he said, I may be the voice behind your left ear, and I will, in fairness, I thank him for saying that, but he did say, I may be the voice behind your left ear, but I think you should go and get a 9 to 5. And he said to me that there are certain things you will not understand, or you will not know, or you will never learn if you do not go through the 9 to 5. There is some truth in that, but because everyone's path is different, whatever you need to learn for the path that you need, God is going to equip you somewhere along the way. And we had this meeting and we spoke for such a long time. And when I finished, I think that was probably my highest degree of confusion, especially because he had the money. He was running his own oil servicing firm. So he had the money to just say, go and do this thing. But this is what he said to me. So when we finished, I went downstairs. I got into my car. Yes, I had a car at the time. Thank God. But this was from a reality TV show. And I sat in the car and I asked myself certain fundamental questions about myself and about what I was pursuing. And all the answers were in the positive. And then I decided that, you know what, I'm never going to go back to this man again. I'm just going to continue running and I will find help from somewhere else. And, that was it.
Oh, that's interesting. Please let's put our hands together for OCUKJ again. Wana. Please the conversations you and OC had. Please tell us a bit about them. The periods of confusion.
I think we even started chatting on Facebook, myself and OC, and there were those, he had gone, I think it was before you went to LA, and there was always this confusion about, will this thing work? I don't know if this thing will work. And I remember I would always tell him, you've started, if you're sure about this, if this is what you want to do, and you're committed to it and you're obsessed with it, I said, God will see you through. And I think that's what I always used to tell him. And I always said to him that because we always worried about money. And I looked at myself because I remember when I was at university, because my family is very conventional. In fact, my family, we don't do business. They don't do risk. There's no risk taking in my household. So they think I'm the crazy person. So I remember when I was going to university, and I didn't tell anybody actually until I got into school what I was going to study, because they believed I was going to study nursing. Because if you lived abroad at the time, there are different jobs that you do because you're guaranteed you'll get a job. Either you go into engineering or you go into nursing, and NHS job, you will get a job. So nobody knew what I was going to study. And at the last minute when I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do, all hell broke loose. How are you going to eat? Journalists or media people are paid the worst in the whole world because it's a badly paid industry. So as everybody was worried that I will come home and start begging for money after I finished school. Even through university, they used to tell me they would tell me, my sister would tell me, you better brush up your typing skills so you can get an admin job when you finish. And somehow I knew that when I actually graduated from school and I got a first class, I thought to myself, God if you had made me get this first, I have to do this thing. There is no way I can do anything else. And so I used to kind of reference that with OC, and I said, if you've gotten this far, you've gotten through all of this, and you've gotten to LA to study this thing, there has to be a purpose and a mission behind it. So you just have to keep going. I said, if it's money, I'm sure you can eat. You'll be able to eat. Don't worry about don't worry about that. Because sometimes we get very concerned. Will I be able to, live off this thing? And I just used to say, as sure you can eat, you are not begging for food. You'll be fine. Even if you sleep on somebody's couch, you'll be okay. But just keep at it. And I remember we would have conversations at night after Facebook. Then we would talk sometimes throughout the night, and we just keep going. And I just used to tell him, just keep going. The one thing I always admired about him was that it wasn't only just about the job, but he was very specific about the kind of work he wanted to do, which is even a bigger risk to take because it's an industry that's already small. So it's like you're even boxing yourself more by being choosy. But he already was always very determined when it came to the career path that he wanted. So I always admired that about him.
Oh, interesting. Okay, could you tell us, you said something about how the media is one of the industries where, they don't pay people badly paid,
everywhere
right?
In the world.
Everywhere in the world.
Very badly paid.
Badly paid, right? And there are some industries like that. And I can bet that there are people here that work in such industries. How do you stick to working in an industry where you feel like you're badly paid? Your passion lies in that area, but you have bills to pay, you have to take care of things. Let me give an example. I know, for instance, in the music industry, one artist can sing for like 20 minutes and he gets paid 1.5 million naira, right? An actor, on the other hand, has to act maybe for a stage play. Do you understand? 20 films to make that kind of money. So how do you cope in that kind of environment?
I think there are different options because I really do believe in individuality and things work differently for different people. One of the options I always say is that you have to diversify your skill within that industry.
Oh, interesting.
I think for some people it does it, they don't need to. There are certain people, that's why I said there are different options. There are certain people who are able to build a name for themselves in such a way that they become indispensable and they can command a lot of money at certain point. But even that takes a lot of work to be able to get there. And then, as I said, you have to be realistic about the industry that you're in. That on the other hand, whilst you are not at that position, you can diversify your skill. I know that OC used to MC at some point whilst he was acting at the same time and still singing, and you would do jingles and do voiceovers. Do you understand what I mean? So within that industry, you can diversify. I work in radio, but I do voiceovers. I MC events. I facilitate conferences, seminars. I'm a writer as well. I'm a poet. So I become a performer and a writer at the same time. I've started, trying to write for stage and for screen too. So these are areas that you have to commoditize all your skills within that industry and that business. I think that is an option if you are in this very, very specific environment. Just thinking that you just go and want to be a superstar, I think is a bit far-fetched. So I think, because one of the things that I find within sort of media entertainment is that people from the outside always look in and all they see is glamour and glitz and hype.
They see the show, they don't see the business.
They don't see the business. They see the glamour, they see the glitz, they see the hype that's attached to it. But nobody knows whether that person is sleeping in the car that they borrowed money to buy.
Interesting.
Do you understand? Yeah, so all of those things. So, it's one thing I sort of encourage a lot of young people that come and meet me. I said, develop your skills. When you come to radio, I meet people that come to radio, I want to be a presenter because they think it's cool to talk. Why don't you try to learn about production? So maybe you can get in being a producer and working at the back end. One day somebody is not feeling too well. They ask you to go on air. Before you know it, you're on air. You're working at, you are a presenter. And then you're doing other things as well. Maybe you're the person doing the web stuff at the station or a TV station. So I think it's important that people start to see that there are skills in these jobs, in this field, and you must develop skills.
Well, that was fantastic. Please, let's put our hands together for Wana. Okay, Bumi. I'm going to ask you, right? You said something interesting. You said you are not a comedian, but you produce comedy shows, right? How does that work for you? That's one. Secondly, I recognize because a lot of people come to meet me and they say, oh, I have this talent, I'm good at this, and sometimes it feels like the space, let me give an example. If you want to become a presenter, for instance, there are not too many radio stations, right? They can't hire that many people, right? So how does such a person stand out, right? So, for instance, you are not a comedian, but you produce comedy shows, right? You're still within that industry, anyways. So, one, how do you manage, being a producer and you're not a comedian? Two, how do you encourage, the average person who has a particular talent, but it feels like there's no, space for expression, so to speak? What does that person do? How would you advise them?
Okay. We didn't start out doing comedy shows from the beginning. We didn't start out. We were into stage plays. All our plays always had elements of comedy. Over time, we narrowed to stand-up comedy. Now, getting the comedians, those who understand the industry well enough, will know it's not all about money. One thing is very, very, very key, which is relationships. In Afrotainment, we don't even have a marketing department, but we have a very strong relationship management department where we call comedians, gist with them. Yesterday, comedians were in the office not to say hello, just to hang out and play. Most of the comedians in Nigeria, we call on their birthdays, send them gifts, build a very, very strong one to the point that whenever you call, they answer. Stand-up Nigeria is not seen like an Afrotainment product. It is more of a show for comedians by comedians. The level of involvement is everybody. So it's very easy to run that way. Now, for those who have talents, but platform is an issue, it's very important you start with yourself. I get several calls of, bros, I funny die, I feel do just try me, give me mic. It doesn't work like that. And you ask, okay, in the past 6 months, what have you done? Just try me now. They can't claim anything to push the agenda of what they're trying to do. You have to always start small. Think big, yes. But at the end of the day, what are you offering? No value for most of us. So the truth here is that we have to take a lot of time, invest in ourselves. And please, don't let, there's another thing I really need to push here. Most of us surround ourselves with sycophants. It is not going to help at all. If it's not good, I have friends who look at me straight in the eye and tell me, guy, you don't get them at all. That joke was dry. Get that guy off stage. Several times I sit in the audience and I monitor things myself. My not having a face was a deliberate move from the very, very beginning. Because I don't want to hear things from sycophants. I want to get it firsthand as it is. I sit down in the audience and I get it directly. Now, when you do that and you encourage people to tell you the truth, your chances of going wrong has been greatly reduced. Above all, be humble. Don't let success get into our heads.
That was awesome. Let's put our hands together for Bumi. And one final question before we take questions from the audience. Can you tell us a bit about the business side of one's talent? Because I have met very talented people, the business side of one's talent. Because I've met very talented people, but they are not making money. I've met a lot of broke, talented people. So let me give an example. Ali Baba is a funny guy, but he may not necessarily be the funniest person. And the funniest person may not be making the kind of money that Ali Baba is making. Do you understand what I mean? Are there people who feel me here? Oh, thank you. So please, can you touch a bit on, making money from one's talent? Yes.
We need to understand that talent is clearly not enough. Clearly not enough. Now, for stand-up comedy, being funny does not mean that you can be an MC. To be an MC that will make good money, you must have proper command of English. Now, we tell the comedians, the joke is funny, but you can't really say it where the environment is kind of a corporate environment. They tell, "Abeg, bros, leave that thing." And you leave the thing. And they don't get the job. Then they get upset that, Bros, I hear say you give XYZ that job, but I did it when you get the call now. Guy, you can't speak clear English. We need to be brutally frank with ourselves. You want to anchor events for corporate affairs managers, for bank MDs, and you want to say one guy won't come, he did like that. As how now? It can't work. So talent is one thing. Now, understanding the trace of the money is another thing. There are comedians that you don't even know their names and they are claiming like 3 managers. Seriously, I've gotten calls of, hello, Nabomi Davis with that. Okay, bros, I better hold on for my manager. I say, how? You are not known yet, you are increasing your costs. It doesn't work. Because we've heard so much of, FEZ, blah, blah, blah. We do the FEZ that is not functional. I'm not saying we shouldn't do FEZ, but the FEZ must make sense. It must be sustainable. You want to join? Okay, you would. In fact, John, I'll come back.
I have to say that you have to tell yourself the truth about the country that you live in, about the business that you are doing, and about what the opportunities in the business that you are doing are. You have to be realistic about it. Which is why, to add to some of the things, I'm probably just securing management now, and we have not even signed. But I've been doing this business since 2001. So I didn't just spring up. I've been here since 2001. This is my 13th year hustling on this business. And I'm just about to get management. I don't have a PA yet. I don't have a driver yet. Yes. But this is because I'm being realistic about the business I am in and how to, first of all, sell myself as a brand that can guarantee value for whoever's film I'm in, or that I can guarantee value for whatever product I get to eventually endorse before I begin to add overheads that are not necessary for me right now. So as far as it goes with making my talent into a business, it is important, like Bumi said, to first of all shelve off all the unnecessary costs about feeling like, yeah, that's my manager, yeah, that's my PA, yeah, that's my photographer, yeah, that's my... And then when you come to one event, 6 people are escorting you. Meanwhile, how much are they really paying you as an actor? And I'm saying the reality of it is they're not really paying us as actors. The media people, and it's an ongoing people. Media people tell you they're not making money. We actors are not. It's the musicians that are seeing the millions. Let's just put it out there. All of them. And it's not all of them. But the point is, you need to understand that as far as it goes with selling yourself as a business, it is working on the talent enough to give it the value that will allow you begin to have conversations that they understand why you are important to their own business. It's just a roundabout way to say it.
I just wanted to add that there's also something else that we do as Nigerians that I've noticed, which is this overhyping of everything, and which I think it's a business strategy, but at the same time, it can work in the reverse, where some people like to refer to it as the wash, where you are now overwashing, and ultimately people now think, you become completely inaccessible, and you're this mighty person, and nobody wants to. You're actually not doing any work because there's all this stuff around you: managers, publicists, this person, that person. There's so much of you, but there is no work out there. Nobody has seen your work, but you're seeing, this person is big now. This person is big, and so therefore, when there are conversations regarding business, and somebody says, we want somebody to do this thing. What is? No. There's no. We can't afford this person. Now there's no need. So the person's actually, people are not working. So all you have is a lot of noise, and there's no work, and they can't even create any work to sell at the end of the day. So I think that's another thing I thought I should just point out there.
Well, fantastic. Please let's appreciate our panelists. Okay, Bumi has one final thing to say.
Another important thing we should do, we have to be very, very accessible. There are times we try to reach artists, and the phone is just ringing, no response. You send ping, and he's responding like 6 hours later. To them, that's hype, that's flexing. But if that job is very urgent, he has lost it. It does not make you cheap. You send me ping, I respond in the next 2 minutes. Doesn't mean I'm jobless. It does not. It just means I take it seriously. A good example happened some weeks back. Tried to reach somebody and said he was at a show. Okay, when he finish, tell him make he call me back. He's here to finish the show as we speak. But the job is gone. It's all around Nigeria. Come on, that can make your next 6 months. So hype is good, but we need to balance it. The business is more important than the show.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Okay, we'll be taking questions from you guys. So if you have a question, please indicate by lifting a hand. I'm sure the ushers have, you can write it down on a sheet of paper, then pass it to an usher near you. So whose question are we going to be taking?
Okay. Once again, I'd like you to put your hands together for them. That was a great session over there. Quickly, after this, we'll take 2 presentations, actually. We'll take one from Diamondback, a representative of Diamondback, get ready. Equally, we'll take one from SI UK Edu Council. We'll take that presentation, and afterwards, we'll take a word from Sweden, and afterwards, we'll go for the break, all right? That's the way we're going to do it. And after the break, we'll come back for the other sessions. Is that a deal? Yep. So questions, please. We'll take 2 questions, so I'll just write them down. We'll read them. Okay, I'll just push the mic around, and if I come to you, who wants to ask a question? Just put up your hands. Great, yeah.
Praise the Lord. Sorry, the garden looks like. Please, I want the last statement that you made different between. I want you to clarify us different between the business and the show, because I could remember those days when I was a DJ. Some of my colleagues that I know and that I'm better off in terms of let's spend this, they will tell me, man, you don't have swag. I don't know really. Is that I just want to know the real difference between that business and show.
Thank you so much for that. Okay.
The show is when you get a job of ₦1 million and you buy a car of 800K. That is show. The business is when you get a job of ₦1 million and you buy equipment of 400K.
We'll take one more question. Somebody there? Okay, just pass the microphone.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. OC said something about you have to understand where your environment you're living in, and then the country, the present situation you have. My question really, I think it should be directed to Ms. Wana. I also love presenting radio and the media broadcast in general. But then again, there's a competition in this country where I've noticed most of the leading radio stations, even for those of us who have qualifications from Nigeria, have a problem competing with those who studied abroad. You see, I see most people, I don't know, but from what I know is most people, they might probably finish their undergraduate studies here, and then they get a master's degree or something abroad. These guys are more preferred because maybe they stayed longer abroad and then they have better accent than the people in Nigeria. I don't know. If you notice the trend in our radio stations, they all speak, and then people don't connect to them. So there's a problem that I want to know how easy would it be for me to get into this field where it's quite hard to compete with people who...
Are you asking me about Fone? Just say so if that's what you want to ask.
No.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Please, you have just a minute for your question, please.
Okay, so that's how do we compete with these people who are better trained abroad? I wouldn't say better trained, but they probably
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate
Okay.
you.
I don't even know personally. I don't. A lot of people I know will disagree with me, but I think in my industry, I don't know that the foreign whatever degree matters at all because it's really about you're a communicator. If maybe you worked in I don't know if finance house and you had an MBA from MIT or something, maybe that would matter, but it doesn't really matter to us personally. I always say that look, you have to sound confident, articulate, intelligent. You have to be knowledgeable because at the end of the day, when you're working on, especially when you're working in commercial radio, that they don't give you specific jobs where you only handle a certain area. So in one afternoon, you can be interviewing a property person to a business person to a healthcare professional. You have to be incredibly knowledgeable about a lot of things, a vast array of things. When it comes to how you speak, all you need to remember is that you are talking to a lot of people. So people that speak Fone is a different matter. I can't comment on that. But as a communicator, I know that there are people from all walks of life listening to me. So I need to, naturally, my own speech pattern is very, very fast. I have to consciously make an effort to slow things down, to pronounce things properly so people understand you. And because they're taking a lot of what you're saying, hook, line, and sinker. So they need to understand what it is you're saying. So that's what I would say. If it's when it comes to your articulation of words, that's a completely different thing. When it comes to your skill, how much of your skill are you developing? How much training are you getting? You don't need to go, if you want to go abroad to get trained, fine. The truth is that different environments are very different. So even if you go abroad and go and study this and that, it may not be applicable here half the time. Only maybe 2 modules out of everything that you did might be applicable here because the industries are very, very different. So I think you need to ignore all of that. But the question is, how much have you trained yourself and learned, and how much experience as well? A lot of radios, there are not very many radio stations and television stations. People need people to be able to hit the ground running. So I think there's more of a bias to people that have experience, or people that people just listeners just bond with straight away. And I think those are some of the challenges a lot of people have that are coming into the business. I hope that
Thank you
answers
so
your
much,
question.
Wana. Thank you so much. For the constraints of time, I'll just take one last question. Please, you can ask all the questions in the next session. We have to move. We're far behind schedule. Sir, I'll do your question in 30 seconds. And I appreciate it if you can just go straight to the point.
I want to say a big thank you to all the. Yes. Why I want to appreciate you is because of your frankness. You're being frank, and I love it so much. My question will go to Mr. Bumi Davis. How can one get started producing a comedy show, especially in an area like Badagry? How can one get started producing a comedy show, especially in an area like
question,
Badagry?
what's the objective of your producing a comedy show? For fun, for money, to build your name?
For fun. That's why I'm using Badagry. I'm from Badagry. That's why I'm using that place. That place is dry, man. As in everybody, the way we work, our face too tight. We know they smile. So
okay.
It's to create an atmosphere where people can ease up.
If it's for fun, you must have deep pockets, because what you are saying is that you are not interested in the money coming back. So you must have deep pockets. Then every other thing is easy. Get the comedians, the minute they know that you are not making money, it's an easier sell. Okay, so deep pockets, you must have an idea of what you are doing. It's not just money going down the drain and coming to make a fool of the comedians. No, you must have an idea of what you are doing. The quality of the kind of equipment you use, because comedians don't like it when nobody can hear them. So your sound equipment must be on point, even if it's going to be outside, if it's open air, wherever. But please pay attention to the sound.
Thank you so much. I'd like to appreciate you. Please put your hands together for him. By the virtue of social media, you can continue the conversation on Twitter. Kindly, I'd like you guys to just give out your Twitter handle, so you can tweet questions to them, and they'll answer you on Twitter, right? Is that a deal, guys? So please, just pass the microphone, your Twitter handle quickly.
I'm at OC the Great Ukeje. OC the Great, Alexander the Great, exactly. OC the Great Ukeje, and that's Ukeje, the last name.
At Bumi Davis. If you want to add the that's all. That's all.
At Miss Wana Wana on Twitter. Just MISSWANAWANA.
Okay, thank you so much. Please let's put our hands together for them. And now let us equally put our hands together for the moderator of this panel. Please put your hands together for all of them. You guys have been incredibly very wonderful. And quickly, I'd like to remind you of the fact that we've got exhibition stands outside. Smeden is up there, W Holistic Business Solutions, Leap Africa, Study in the UK, Jobberman, CSF West Africa, Insourcing Limited, Transserve this is equally up there. And once again, let's put our hands together for these people. And right about now, we'll take 3 very short presentations. We'll take one from Diamond Bank, we'll take one from Smeden, and we'll take one from Study in the UK, all right? If we've got Cheetah Agbo, is a segment manager SME of Diamond Bank. If you're here, Mr. Cheetah Agbo, please step forward. Please put your hands together for Mr. Cheetah Agbo. And we all know that Diamond Bank are part of our proud sponsors for this event. Cheta Agbo, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Mr. Cheta Agbo, please put your hands together for him once again.
Good afternoon, all. I'd like to start by saying a quote. They say chance makes relationships and choice makes friends. And I'd like to say thank you very much to Jimmy for the chance to sponsor this program. And then I'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you that made the choice to come here today. My presentation is not just going to talk about Diamond Bank and Diamond Bank products. It's really going to talk about the decision we made to drive SME growth in Nigeria. That decision was made sometime in 2008. We, as a bank, didn't really know how to launch our MSME proposition. And so we contacted the IFC, who have experience across the globe. And we did a 2-year intensive study about the SME market in Nigeria. And what did we find out? We found out that a lot of MSMEs in Nigeria didn't really rely on bank financing for SME. We found out that there were access to market challenges. We found out there were a lot of capacity gaps in terms of people not having sufficient knowledge to drive their business. In that sense, Diamond Bank built its MSME proposition based on 4 values that we want to deliver to the customer. Those 4 values are cost sensitivity, management capacity building, access to market, and of course, our traditional roles as bankers who provide financing to MSMEs. But it went more than that. Our study revealed that if we're going to offer financial services appropriately to MSMEs, we needed to offer financing without asking for collateral. And that was where the challenge lies. How do we fund businesses? How do we analyze these businesses in such a manner that we can make the decision to lend to them without asking for collateral? And that forms the basis of the MSME proposition we deliver in Diamond Bank. Diamond Bank looks at it not just that we're offering typical products and services to the MSME customer, but we look at it as a proposition. So my department is not called the MSME unit, it's the MSME proposition. So our products, we don't charge COT on our products, we just charge you a fixed fee because we understand that you don't like COT. We understand that as you're growing your turnover, you don't want your costs to increase as your turnover is increasing. So we've built products that we charge you a fee, a fixed fee based on the size of your business. As for our management capacity building, you all know that we offer seminars. Every month, Diamond Bank in some part of the country is organizing a seminar, and that includes this seminar being one of them. We also offer business clinics where you have a one-on-one interaction with a consultant that guides you on how to drive your business. Right now, we're developing something we call access to markets. Recent studies are exposing the fact that some MSMEs don't even require funding. What they have is a challenge of how to access markets or customers for their products and services. So that is going to be the new driving area of some of the areas we're going to be focusing very soon. And of course, our traditional MSME financing, where we provide financing to you up to a limit of 3 million without asking you for collateral. I'd like each and every one of you to take out your time to come to our stand and I'll take you through the process of how you can get this. Thank you very much once again.
Please put your hands together for him. And I'm sure you can do a whole lot better, so put your hands together for him even more. And at this point in time, I'd like to inform you that after we have these 3 presentations, we're going to go straight to a 15 minutes break, and afterwards we'll come back and have the other 2 panels. And at this point in time, I'd like to bring up a very good friend of mine. Okay, yeah. I'd like to bring up a very good friend of mine. After this presentation, you'll be seeing him more. He'll be anchoring the event and taking it till the very end, all right? It's been fun being with you guys. I must have to thank you for the privilege. In fact, I feel very privileged. I feel like a child in a candy store for being here. But I have to run due to the exigencies of work. And I'd like to thank all of you and wish you a wonderful deliberation. Abiola from Champs will be here to take over from me. And Abiola, please stand up. Let them know you. Abiola is a great young man doing a whole lot of good for himself. He's making lots of money. You can see it in the suit he's wearing. And Abiola will be taking up from here. But now, I will leave you in the hands of Abiola and Mr. Akinshola Daudu from SMEDEM. That's the Small Medium Enterprise Board. Please put your hands together for Mr. Akinshola Daudu from SMEDEM.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and once again. Hello. My name is Akinshola Daudu. I work for the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. SMEDEM was enacted by an act in 2003 to actually groom and develop the MSME sector. Now, all we have been saying since morning still boils down to you being an entrepreneur, a perfect worker, and you become a good entrepreneur at the end of the day. So I'll take this opportunity to appreciate the former speakers that have come ahead of me. They've really done a good job. Please give them a round of applause once more. One of our key mandates is to actually develop that MSME sector, which cuts across all tribes, religion, and whatever we have in this country. Now, in doing such, we have been able to identify clusters and develop them. We do man capacity trainings and development. My main essence of being here this afternoon is to sensitize you about our new program that is out. This was launched by the president himself 2 months ago, and it's tagged NEDEP. That is the National Enterprise Development Program. What does this seek to do? This seeks to do job creation. We target about 3.5 million to 5 million jobs creation. And how do we go about that? All we do is to go through the 776 local governments we have in the country to identify products that have competitive advantage so that we can enhance them, promote them, and open the international frontiers. The government cannot come to your door one by one and begin to tell you, we have a job for you, come and sit in the office. Gone were those days. Now we drive it. We have to run after it. So in doing so, NEDEP is aimed at providing the necessary funds for you. Say capital. Capital. The reason you are here at the end of the day is to be a good worker and get money at the end of the day, isn't it? So if you decide to do whatever you want to do, you will still need capital as an entrepreneur. Now we are making funds available through NEDEP and through our financial collaborators called Bank of Industry. These funds are there for you to access at the rate of 10%. All in all. Hello? Hello? I said 10%. And I'm sure you know no commercial banks will offer you such, isn't it? Yes. But depending on what you are trying to look at, we have different criteria for each one of them for you to be able to access them. All you need to do is to submit a bankable business plan to SMEDEM. Get your SMEDEM to look at it, verify it, we'll pass it forward to Bank of Industry. Since SMEDEM is not a financial institution, we cannot disburse ourselves. But the part we can play is to train you on how to write business plan, how to dissect your business, which we call business clinics, how to make sure your business grows. So when we put this together, you submit your business plan and you're on the way to Bank of Industry. I can assure you in 2 weeks, when they get your plans and your application, it will be reviewed and they'll get in touch with you. And by so doing, if each and every one through NEDEP gets the needed fund to actually promote his or her business or enterprise, you'll find out that it has a multiplying effect where people will begin to recruit people, give them job, and put food on people's table. So what we are saying now is NEDEP is open for each and every one of you to access. Our stand is outside. We have flyers that tells you everything about Smedan, talks about NEDEP, and how you can actually go about your business plan. We are outside. I will wait for you. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Now, I thought that it's better that you put your hands together some more for him. And one of the things I like that 7-Star Workers is about is we're not just offering you information, we're also extending opportunities for you, to you rather. And the next person that will be having a short presentation is from Study in the UK. Okay, I have good news then. The good news is we are going on break now. So it's just for 10 minutes. We'll be having an exhibition, I presume. Yes, we'll be having an exhibition outside. So you can just stand up, go around. You see all the organizations that are exhibiting outside. We have Smedan, we have... Okay. Please welcome with me the convener of this conference, Jimmy Tewe. You're not clapping. What was that?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I want to apologize. We are way behind time, but I crave your indulgence. We will try to catch up as much as possible. So what we're doing, like he's announced, is we're going to go on a short break. We will be back in about 10, maximum 15 minutes to run the career session and then run the business session. And then we'll be through for the day. Are we good on that? All right, so we have people, the exhibitors are outside. We're serving refreshments right now, so please accept your fasting, all right? Please be a part of it. Just accept what we have today. So we're going to go on break, and then 10 minutes or exactly when we decide, we will commence. So I want to encourage you. And then please use the opportunity to meet a few people, okay? Try to do that within the time that we have. After the event, it will be open. The exhibition will still be there. We can continue at that point in time. Thank you very much. So can we go on break? Can they play music so that people don't sit down? All right? All right. Also, Fela Doto is outside. He's still outside. If you want to get any of his books, he has one in particular. He would autograph it for you. So you can go outside right now. Thank you very much. Proud. Let's go on break, and then we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
When I become rich and famous, all these faces will know who I am, 'cause I'll be a superstar, flashing lights and cover pages. All these faces will know who I am, 'cause I'll be a superstar. Did you see me in the magazines? Tell me, what did you think of me? I'm a celebrity. Don't you know, yeah, I break all the rules, but I figure that's what stars are supposed to do. Just 'cause I'm super cool. Don't you know, whatever time of day, be sure to find me in my designer shades. That's how I operate. Don't you know, if I had to do this all again, I wouldn't change anything. The ladies love me and the fans adore me. My super story is one with lots of money. When I'm rich and famous, oh, this faces will know who I am, 'cause I'll be a superstar. Flashing light and cover pages. Oh, this faces will know who
superstar. No more lining up outside the club, straight to the door. Of course they remember me. I live in VIP. Don't you know? We got bit fast and close. Paparazzi stalking me, cause the whole world knows this dude's about to blow. Don't you know? Ain't got no need for game. Just say my name and all of the girls I meet, they want to piece of me. Don't you know? If I had to do this all again, I wouldn't change anything. Ladies love me and the fans adore me. My super story is one with lots of money. When I become rich and famous, all these faces will know who I am, cause I'll be a superstar. Flashing lights and cover pages. All these faces will know who I am, cause I'll be a superstar. Mama, when you're born, I will buy you la 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 la. I'll be a superstar. Mama, when you're born, I will buy you. So many mountains this time. I fought so many battles, but I came through stronger. I raced across the finish line. Yeah, I can hear the cheering crowd, and that only means one thing. I can let my breath go. I cannot believe no. It's really me, oh. I can hear the drum roll, feel my body explode. Gotta let the world know I'm a winner. See my name, Lord, I'm a winner. Let the whole world know I'm a winner. Even when my chances don't thinner, in the end I know I'm a winner.
Fela Durotoye came with just one book, and it is the 17 Secrets of High Flying Students. We know we are all professionals, so you can buy for your younger ones, that boy, your neighbor, and it's there outside. Is autographing the book. So just go out, buy 5 copies, buy 10 copies, buy 15, buy 20. Just go out there, get the book for somebody you like. Thank you.
It's finally here, people. Back at you. Souls, we here now. Must not know. Painless work, Mo BB. St. Gino came up too fast, one last. Let me take y'all back to how it was. How haters. Check. How we do. Yeah, they said he was a talker, huh? He been trekking long distance streets, call him Johnny Walker. Why so? Was trying to get up out the hood. Even my 70-year-old neighbors trying to get up out the hood. Waiting. It was hardest for the record and to the government. It was nothing but fiend to the circus, oh boy. So we ran a 24-hour clock. Had dreams to carry on. I woke was marathon, make that line. Hand that never gave us so tight. They would've did us no favor, so we made us. Now the whole world can see us. Little kids wanna be us. Old folks come out and greet us, but everyone's a star if you believe in you. That's what you are. No God. Keep your head up high, 'cause someday we all gon' kiss the sky. No God. No matter what you do, never give up. Keep doing what you do. No God. Keep your head up high, because you know, no be say should burn. They had me feeling like Parker.
Okay, please, we'd like all the panelists to come up stage. We want to take a picture. All of us that we are panelists, all of us, please, we'd like you to come up stage. We'd like to come up stage. Maybe I should start to mention names. We'd like panelists to come up stage. We'd like Wana to come up stage. We'd like all of us panelists to come up stage. Yes, so we want to take a picture. We want to take a picture, please, all panelists, all panelists.
Told you before you got some trouble now, 'cause y'all know, I was just too hungry. Let's screw the one in a check. I'm the game's no money, no you want it.
We want all panelists here now. We want all panelists here now. We want all panelists on stage now. Please, we are waiting. Mr. Oshoma, I see you working down now. Please just come up stage. We want to take a picture. Iyaduni Olubode from our own Africa would like to be here now. Would like. Okay. Please, if you're a panelist, just come up stage now. We want to take a picture. I mean, all of us panelists want to take a picture.
That's it. Now you recall why I never played ball.
All of us panelists want to take a picture.
Thought I was small where I would sit on the benches and sometimes on the wall. But a voice kept telling me, look, your future is tall. Respect this. I got a label now. I got cable now. Any time of the day, there's food on the table now. And always stable now. Doors stable now. Mom, you can take the vacation, your boy's able now. No, take it to church.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, and I would like to welcome the person to anchor the next panel discussion on career. And she is a young, beautiful, wonderful woman. Please welcome with me, Maureen ESLA. Put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so we've come to the next panel session. It's going to be on career. And I know that this is an important segment for a lot of us because a lot of us are currently trying to find our feet when it comes to career. And joining me today are three very seasoned professionals. I'll read out their profile really quickly. So the first person I'll be joining us today is Mr. Oshoma Irumaka. I apologize for messing up your name, sincere, but I'll just call you Osh. I hope that's okay. Thank you. He's a seasoned HR consultant and facilitator with deep skills spanning across various areas in human resources, including HR strategy, learning management, competency management, HR business processes modeling, talent management, and HR software implementation. He joined First Bank in 2012, following an extensive period in HR management consulting. As an HR consultant, he worked on and led several HR projects in various industries, including the oil and gas sector, banking, telecommunication, as well as the public sector. He brings to the table a wealth of hands-on human resource experience, having worked as the group head, skills, and competency development for one of the Nigerian big banks and the head of the training for Nigeria's largest telecommunication network. Osh is a certified development Dimensions International USA. Can we give him a round of applause for that? A trainer, a project management professional, and he is also a member of the Learning and Development Council of the International Association of Retail Banking, London. He's currently the head, First Academy, First Bank of Nigeria Limited. A round of applause for that one as well. Where he's responsible for anchoring the institution and management of the Premier Corporate Academy in Nigerian banking space, aimed at providing a platform for holistic talent development, knowledge management, and culture change. Osh is a first-class accounting graduate of the University of Benin in Nigeria. Can we give him a round of applause as I welcome Osh to the panel? You're welcome. Okay. Secondly, we have Mr. Kunle Olaifa. Mr. Kunle Olaifa is a human resource professional with broad expertise in talent management, human resource management, talent sourcing and development, mentoring and coaching, employee planning and relations, business and project management. He's currently the head of human resources of Samsung in West Africa. I think that deserves a round of applause as well. He was until recently the talent acquisition leader for General Electric in Sub-Saharan Africa, where he leads General Electric's quest to grow in Africa by using African talent. Prior to joining GE, he worked as a senior consultant with Adecco Nigeria, a subsidiary of Adecco South Africa, a Forbes 500 company. I think that also deserves a round of applause. Are we asleep? All right, let's go. With a headquarters in Switzerland in the world's largest HR solution provider, in his role, Kunle interacted with the leaders of top organizations in Nigeria and West Africa, whilst displaying exceptional expertise in servicing clients, business administration, and account management, amongst other skills. As a consulting professional, he has provided advisory services to dozens of multinationals, SMEs, and several startup firms across Africa. Kunle holds a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Ilorin, Nigeria. Over the years, Kunle has attended or facilitated management trainings across Africa, continental Europe, and the UK, including the mini MBA course, Venture in Management Program, run by LBS, as well as the Inter-Action Strategic Leaders Program of the British Council. I think that also deserves a round of applause. He's an alumnus of ASEC, the world's largest student-run organization. Kunle spends most of his leisure on the internet researching global leadership trends, organizational culture, career solutions, and success stories when he is not traveling. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kunle Olaifa to the panel. You're welcome. And last but not least, my sister, Iyaduniola Olubode. Iyadun is the executive director of LEAP Africa Nigeria. We all know LEAP, right? Who doesn't know LEAP? Nobody knows LEAP. Do you know LEAP? I know LEAP. Aha. All right. So she's the executive director of LEAP Africa. She has 2 economic degrees as a BSc from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and an MSc in Energy Economics and Policy from the University of Surrey in the UK. Iyadun started her career in the Treasury Department of a commercial bank and subsequently moved into management consulting. She possesses special skills in strategy development and execution. I think that deserves a round of applause. Also in talent management, in project management, and in business development. During her career with a leading global consulting firm in Nigeria, she was involved in reorganizing enterprises, developing strategies, and managing talent for leading public and private sector organizations. She has also worked as an independent development consultant on a number of public sector initiatives. Iyadun is passionate about social economic development and has a deep commitment to developing people and enabling them to reach their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the only lady on the panel, including myself, of course, Iyadun Olubode. Okay, so let us begin. Welcome. All right, so we'll be talking career today. We're talking about building careers. We'll be talking about mentorship, employability, all the things that the people in the audience would like to really, really get a grasp of, okay? But one thing I noticed about everybody's profile when I read through it is I realized that all of you started off studying something else whilst in university, but you're all leading different paths right now. Am I correct? Yes, I know that Iyadun studied economics, but you're not doing anything with regards to that. Osh as well, accounting, he's into HR. And you, microbiology. And now you're into HR as well. So I think maybe the first question is, how did you transition? And anybody can start that off for us.
Okay. All right, I have the mic, so I'll start. I will make this as frank as possible. Partly again because I kind of found out that there are people here that really, really know me, so there is no hiding place. I stumbled into HR, to be candid. I have a first degree in accounting. You know, I met one of the Diamond Bank proposition manager, the MSME proposition manager was my classmate in the university, coincidentally, and we haven't seen for many years, so this is actually a fantastic forum. So yeah, I studied accounting in the University of Benin, and because I had a good accounting degree, it seemed like the natural thing to just go into finance and, you know, be the best at that, in line with what Fela Durotoye said. However, when I got into management consulting in Accenture, I worked in Accenture for a while. It just happened that there were not so many finance and performance management projects in the service line that I was. And every time I found myself on the bench. If you understand the way consulting works, if there are no projects that are related to what what is in your service line, then you just find yourself on the bench. So I was on the bench, and you know what it is. Those of you that are into football, you know, a player is benched, you know, they say he becomes a chief justice, always on the bench. So I was always on the bench, you know, there were no projects for me, and I was increasingly getting frustrated. But that's where, you know, when you talk about the power of a mentor, someone called me I'll talk about her later because I'm sure questions will lead to that. And she said to me, I have interacted with you, I have spoken with you, and I think you will do well in HR. And I laughed. I laughed very hard because I used to be one of the people who had, little or no respect for HR professionals. I used to say things like HR was very woolly, it was fuzzy, it was there was no logic behind it, But of course, I said all that from a position of of ignorance, And from time, she spoke to me consistently and said, you know what, give it a try. Let's do the first HR project and let's see how it goes. And I got on the first HR project and I thoroughly loved it. I discovered that there was another side of me that I really didn't know about. And, it was such that from that first project, the client in charge of that project, part of the conditions he gave for the next project, which was supposed to be a much, much bigger project, was that I had to be on the project. And so even though I still wanted to escape, the firm said to me, well, you can't escape. The client says you must be on this project, so you will be on the project. And, that just gradually led me, into the HR space. Like I said, it wasn't something I, thought about and said, oh, okay, I will navigate my career in this manner. No, it wasn't. It was pure coincidence. Thank you.
All right. Can I just quickly interrupt really quickly? I apologize. There's actually a fourth panelist, and you're going to help me beg and tell him I am sorry. So you're going to say, after 3, you would say, Maureen is sorry. So 1, 2, 3.
Maureen is sorry.
Please accept my apologies, sir. So the fourth person, if you recall, when Pastor Jimmy came up earlier, okay, I apologize. He doesn't like being called pastor. Jimmy Tewe came up earlier. He mentioned a special guest from Deloitte. Can you remember? Right. So he's our fourth panelist by the name of Tokwe S. Adenusi. He's currently a partner in Akintola Williams Deloitte Nigeria and has provided business technology assurance and advisory services to over 30% of companies quoted on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. And 85% of the commercial banks in Nigeria. He has served 3 of the 4 of the GSM companies in Nigeria, several multinational manufacturing, oil and gas companies, as well as government institutions. He has a unique combination of experience in the IT sphere, and his expertise has been sought in several quarters. He has worked in Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Cameroon, South Africa, and in the UK, and has also served clients in 16 other countries. No be small matter. Many of his clients consider him a trusted business advisor. Tokwe currently leads the largest team of information security consultants in Nigeria. His team members are exceptional. He's regarded as a thought leader by many in the sphere of IT governance, IT risk management, and cyber security. Tokwe is currently the president of Christ Lifeline and the executive publisher of today's Lifeline magazine. He is also currently a board member of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association, ICACA Lagos chapter. Tokwe has published several technical papers on IT governance, cyber security in the dailies, and also delivered keynote addresses in 5 countries. He is a trained facilitator and highly sought after speaker on topics encompassing IT governance, IT risk management, cybersecurity, work purpose balance, Christian living, leadership, and success. Tokwe is married to Oluwabusola Elizabeth Aladenusi ni Oshnubi, and they are blessed with 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, this clap has to be loud, so he knows that I have to be forgiven. Welcome. So thank you for joining us. Okay, so we'll carry on with the conversation. We were talking about transitioning. Most of the people on the panel studied subjects that were different to what they're currently venturing into right now. We just had Osh talk to us about his how he was able to get into HR. So I'd also like to hear from somebody else. Maybe Yaduni can tell us how she was able to journey from economics all the way into HR.
Thank you, Maureen. I just want to, because when Maureen asked who knew Leap Africa, there weren't very many hands in the
Yes.
room, so I need to just let you know what I do. I work with an organization called Leap Africa, and Leap Africa is a non-profit, and we're about changing mindsets. Somebody said mindsets. We're about changing mindsets. We focus on young people and entrepreneurs, and essentially we use leadership as that tool, getting people to understand what leadership means and getting people to exercise leadership in your personal spheres and leadership in business. So that's what LEAP is about. Now, about transitioning, I studied economics because I had always wanted to be a banker. My mom was a teacher, and I thought chalk up and down, this isn't very glamorous. I saw, I went to the bank and I saw this lady in a skirt suit, high heels, and, she was just clicking and clacking in the hall. And I said, hey, that's what I like. I don't like this mommy's job. So I'd always had that picture and thought, okay, banking is what I want to do. And while it was time to fill my JAM form, for some reason I was in boarding school, my mom had traveled, she wasn't in town, and my friend's father came and said, oh, don't do banking and finance, or do accounting, you still have to do ICANN. Why don't you do economics, and then you can do ICANN? So even though we'd had a conversation and I said I'll do accounting, when my mom came back, she found out that I had filled economics in my JAM form. She said, okay, so we did economics, and I wanted to get out of school very early. I didn't fancy the idea of being in university for 7 years as a doctor or a lawyer. So I ended up in economics, finished economics, and did get the bank job that I wanted, and then found out that I didn't really enjoy the bank job. So I did that for a couple of years, and I thought, this country, where is the money coming in? I said, oil and gas looks good. Oh. Then telecoms hadn't picked up quite as much as it has now, but banking and finance seemed to be the way to go. So I thought oil and gas and then banking. So I thought, this oil and gas, hey, if I had known, I would have studied engineering. So how do we get into this oil and gas? So one day I was looking through the newspapers and I saw oil and gas economics. I said, this is it. This is how I'm going to enter this oil and gas sector. So oil and gas economics, I went through a search engine to look for all the universities that had a course in oil and gas. I said, this oil and gas, we will enter. So I did this course in energy economics in the University of Surrey. There were 2 universities at the time that offered courses in oil and gas economics or related courses. There was Dundee, which was, if you know the UK, it's in a very cold area, it's dead. And then there was Surrey, which was close to London. So I thought we can do with Surrey. And that's how I ended up studying this course. So I studied the course and came back and thought, okay, I have to get a leg into this oil and gas industry where this money is, because God knows I can't be poor. I have to be able to look after myself. And then I come back to Nigeria and I'm thinking, where do I want to work? And I thought the best way to get into this oil and gas, since I've not done oil and gas before, is to work with a consulting company. After all, these people work with the oil and gas people. That's how I'm going to do it. So I started looking for oil and consulting companies that worked with oil and gas, and then I found Accenture, and then I decided I wanted to work at Accenture. Once I decided I wanted to work at Accenture, it was Accenture or nothing. I wasn't taking any prisoners. I wasn't going for anything else. I looked for all the people that I knew that had connections with people in Accenture, sent my CVs to all of them. By the time I got to Accenture, they said, Madam, we've received your CV from 4 people. It's okay. We will call you when we're ready. So I went and I sat, and they called me, and we spoke, and I got the job. I did 3 interviews, and I got the job. I was really pumped up, and that was what I wanted to do. And the more I learned about Accenture, the more excited I was to be working at Accenture. It was a great opportunity. I met fantastic clients, and I went to work every day feeling I'm going to be the best at this thing. I'm going to walk on water, which is what we say in Accenture. That's where I met Jimmy, and Shoma was in Accenture as well. And then I did that for a while. And then it got to a point where I didn't have that energy and that excitement anymore. I just knew that there was more inside of me than this Accenture job. And Accenture was quite a fantastic and exciting place to work. You network with a lot of people high up in the organization. You have amazing training opportunities. You travel to do training. It's just a great opportunity. But after a while, even that wasn't enough. The salary I wasn't earning was not enough. And I just knew that there was something more inside of me. Now, at the time I left my job, perhaps it wasn't the wisest of choices. I didn't have a job. I just went on holiday one day. I read Pastor Jay's book, Freedom from Corporate Slavery. Yay! And I thought, in fact, I read that book and I read another book. If you want to walk on water, you have to get out of the boat. I went on holiday, and those were the two books I read on my holiday. And when I came back, I said, you know what, I'm not doing this. In fact, during my holiday, my boss called me and I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I should let you know now. When I come back, I'm chucking this job, And everybody thought I was out of my mind, but I just knew something had to change. And ordinarily, I'm a very cautious person and not quite risk embracing. I'm learning to be more risk embracing, but that was perhaps the riskiest thing I've ever done, and it's paid off, because this is really, Leap Africa is a non-profit. In terms of financial reward, I'm earning a fraction of what I'm earning in Accenture, but I'm so fulfilled in what I do. It's what I go to work every day excited about the work that I do. I'm someone who is very interested in helping other people to be their best. So I go to work thinking, how can I make a difference? How can I help other people? How can I equip other people? How can I impact the person next to me so that that person is more effective and more efficient at what they're doing? So that has been my journey. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but
it's a
we're
journey.
going.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me come to Kunle. The conference is about 7-star worker. So is it possible for you to define who a 7-star worker is? In your own words, please.
Okay. In my own words.
In your own words.
Okay, I think a 7-star worker is myself, right?
That's a good one.
I think a few things that I would like to bring to the fore before we go into proper definition of what a 7-star worker would be is, one is a 7-star worker is one who brings value, and value to any and everybody. Whenever I'm speaking about this, I'd like to point out to people that if you work with an organization, you need to think always about why you've been hired. Why did the organization put forward that application, that position? Why did they open up the role? Why are you called on? And what are you able to add as value to the organization? A 7-star worker is one that joins an organization and the organization becomes better. A 7-star worker is one that joins a team and the team becomes better. A 7-star worker is someone who, in him or herself, decides to improve him or herself. You don't need to be told. It's not until you do. Whatever. A 7-star worker is even one who calls for appraisal before the time of appraisal. A 7-star worker is someone who is able to appreciate feedback and use that feedback positively to improve him or herself. A 7-star worker is someone who has a mindset of learning. When you have a mind of learning, you know that you don't know and you're seeking to know. So organizations do not hire people who know it all. Nobody's hiring you because you know it all. But we're looking for people who have that mindset, that inspiration to want to do some more and be able to take it forward. I think lastly, for me, a 7-star worker is someone who is also visionary. Right. Who thinks the long term, who thinks about career, not from the job he or she is doing currently. So you've heard from the two people who've spoken and the orations and everything that's been read out. A 7-star worker is someone that's definitely not thinking about just my BSc. But you're thinking long term, you're thinking 5, 10, 20, 50 years ahead. You're thinking even for the generations, for your children unborn, when you're thinking now, when you're working now. What is the legacy you're leaving? What are the things that you want them to see? A 7-star worker is a professional, one who does what he or she should do, irrespective of who is watching.
Well said. Well said. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, Tope is the youngest partner at Deloitte. So I think he's probably exhibiting 7-star worker qualities. Do you agree with me? Yeah, so maybe we would like to hear from you. How does one become the youngest partner in Deloitte? What sort of qualities did you exhibit to be able to get to that level?
Well, I did not have a target to be the youngest partner in Deloitte. I was just doing my own thing, and it happened. Just like Kunle said, it's about having ownership of what you're doing. I was very fortunate that before I joined Deloitte, I used to run my own business, and I was the only operating officer. And I ran it for about 2 years, and it was very profitable. But I felt I could expand my horizon. So I said, okay, let me go to a place like Deloitte. And when I got to Deloitte, I forgot that I was no longer in my company. So that sense of ownership was still there. I worked as though it was my father's business. I gave my best. I wanted to be the best. I had great goals, great targets. For instance, I said I want to have at least one certification every year. And I did that in the first 7 years. I said I wanted to be the best in information security. And right now, if you go online and you Google information security in Nigeria, my name pops up first. I said I wanted to. I wanted to, build a team and help many more people to realize their dreams, and I've been able to do that. So it was the passion that I worked as though it was my own, and I think that makes a lot of difference, because when people go to work and they are working because they are paid, and it's a different thing entirely. There was a story that Joel Austin once shared, and he said he had some friends, and he had two friends, and one of them was not doing well, and one was doing so well. And the guy that was doing so well asked this guy that is not doing too well, "What's wrong with you?" And the guy said, "Oh, I've been no business and the rest." "Okay, can you build this house for me, and I'll pay you for building?" And he says, "Fine." And while he was building, he used underhanded means, cut corners, and tried to use substandard materials. And after he finished the building, the man said, "It's yours, have it." And I think I want to, if whatever we are doing, if that business is handed over to us, what happens? Like when I joined Deloitte, I worked like it was mine. I built a team like it was mine. And now they said, "Oh, come and be a partner, come and be part of the owners of this business." And what you are doing for us is now yours. So one day, this may just be yours.
Thank you. Well said, too. Okay, I'm going to ask one last question real quick. Because of time, we would like to hear from the audience as well. So what I'd like you guys to do is, if you can just write your questions down on a piece of paper and signal one of the ushers so that it can get it across to me, that would be great. In the meantime, my question is this. From everything that everybody has heard, I understand that it's a journey. And career can never be something that can be underestimated. I've heard from what you're saying now that it is something that has to be planned. It is a deliberate action. Okay? Can somebody shed more light on that journey called career? What people should be doing, the deliberate actions that people need to be embarking on? Who would like to go on that one?
Okay, I'll say one or two things. But I won't be exhaustive. I'm sure other panelists have other things to say. I'll talk about two things. And the first one is about competence. And people who know me will not be surprised that I use that word. Early on in my life, I got exposed to that word competency. And from not knowing anything about it, to the point where someone said to me, this was about 8 years ago, that I had to write a book about competency, because I knew so much about it, after a while. I got to realize that a lot would give for competence. You cannot, and I don't, I like to be very frank, I don't kid myself. People who know me know that I say it the way it is. A 7-star worker is a competent person. Competent meaning he is great. You heard what Fela Durotoye said. He is great at what he does, and it never comes by coincidence. They are deliberate actions that are taken. I have gray hair on my head. It's not because I'm as old as I look. It's because of time and effort. And if you read, there's a book called Outliers. It talks about 10,000 hours. I've counted my hours. Yes. And in subjects, in specific areas, he talked about visioning. I mean, that's clear. You need to have a vision. But as you have a vision and you walk towards that vision, you need to understand that it is work. You need to build depth as you build breadth. Someone says that the most precious things are found, inside. When you go down, diamond, gold, they are all down. So it's about depth. It's about saying to yourself. He talked about he wanting to get one certification every year. You need to be able to ask yourself, what are the knowledge, skills, and attributes that are required for this career path that I have said I want to go on, and how do I consciously build those skills to make myself the obvious choice. The obvious choice in the office, the obvious choice outside. So there is a lot of learning, a lot of building, a lot of depth that is required, and it's never a fluke. It is deliberate, it is conscious. Something else I want to say, talking about, career, charting a way forward in your career. And I'll relate that very quickly to my understanding, in addition to what other panelists said, of the 7-star worker. A 7-star worker is self-driven. He said, you are asking for appraisal before it comes. I dare say that a 7-star worker does not require appraisal to perform. So a 7-star worker is clear in his mind as to what needs to be achieved. And whether anybody's looking over his or her shoulders or not, is chasing that thing as though his life depends on it. I encourage people to work like that. I've seen it work, and trust me, I'm sure if you listen to all the panelists, some of whom I know personally, it is the exact same thing. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether there's a supervisor checking your work, or the manager is coming, or he's around there, or he's not. You are clear about what your deliverables are, and as though your life depends on it, you are chasing it. I don't know. I've said quite a bit, but yeah, that's my contribution.
Thank you. I know I said I had one last question, but I think that it's very important that we also address one more question before we throw it to before we get questions from the audience. So we need to backtrack a bit. Before we even begin to talk about worker, I think we also need to talk about being employable as well. There's been a long debate in Nigeria on whether the Nigerian youth, whether many of them are employable or not. I would like to hear your thoughts on it, and I'd like Kunle to answer this, please. Can I have the questions as well?
I get your question, is the Nigerian graduate employable?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. The Nigerian graduate is employable. It's not totally about where you graduated from. It's more about what you've been able to do, what you get. And the university education that you've bought, note that I said bought, that you've bought, that you've bought, you studied very well, you have a first class, you got a third class, or you were just told to go, pass, after 2 years of spilling or whatever. Whatever you got from there is not important, but what is important is the value that you can add, which is why okay, so the university education that you have right now. Hello? Okay, good. So the university education that you have right now is not as important as the value you can add. I mean, let's take away the degrees, let's take away the fact that I passed the school and my certificate is this fine and all that. What everybody is looking for, what everybody sitting here and everybody who's going to talk to you is going to be looking for is the value you can add to them. Now, in terms of employability, there are two key areas that you need to look at, and I describe them this way. There's the hard and then the soft. The hard skills and then the soft skills. Hard skills looks at that degree you have right now.
Hard skills look at your technical ability to do it. So hard skills, if you're a doctor sitting out there, hard skills look at you as a doctor. Can you diagnose a patient? Can you do all of that? That's what the hard skill does. But there's the soft skills, which is why many of us sitting in here, I have an uncle who is a doctor. I never go to his clinic. You know why? If I go there, sir, I have headache injection. Sir, I have leg ache injection. You know, right? I can see someone raising their hands and saying, yeah. So, but that is part of where you look at the soft skills. And what are the soft skills? Which is where you see a big differentiation in what we call the Nigerian graduate and non-Nigerian graduate. And there's even so much more differentiation, even locally, across different people in this room, no matter what you've done and all that. And so when you start to look at things like soft skills, start to talk about people being able to use their initiative. We start to look at basic soft skills like etiquette, self-discipline. So, Feladrote was speaking earlier and said that when he was in Philips Consulting, he had the key. What led to them giving him the key of the office? Basic and was it his university degree? Was it the fact that he could consult? No. So those things go back to those basic skills. Customer relation. How do you manage a team? So when you say manage a team, you think it until you become Tokwe that you begin to manage a team. Tokwe was not thrown to be the leader of his team from day one. It's when you go into meetings and everybody does not take decision until you speak, yet you are the youngest on the team. How do you manage your boss? Those are the little soft skills that actually separate people and also differentiate you from being employable or not employable. Many of us think employability is being able to study hard, read that book on interview, go online, read about salary negotiation, and go for the interview. No. There's a whole lot more than that. And those are the things I'll be looking out for. So if I'm coming to you and I'm telling you I want to hire you, I'll be looking out for those skills. I'm not bothered about which university you went to. It's not important for me the degree you took or whatever. I'm not keen to know who your professor was. I don't think I've ever asked anybody about that. But many of us think it's important to tell me that my professor is an emeritus. Why are you not an emeritus yourself? What I'm keen to know is what you can add. And what I'm asking you to add is not just to yourself, not just to the team. Remember that I've got people like you on board that I want to bring in. I want to be sure that if I hire you, I can keep the others. I want to be sure that if I hire you, the others will appreciate my adding you. I want to be sure that if I add you, I can get promoted. I also have a selfish agenda. So it's important that when I bring in Jimmy into the organization, I'm sure Jimmy will not kick me out. Not because I think it's competition to me, but if Jimmy doesn't behave well, people will question my ability to add good people to the organization. So also if I had Jimmy to Tokwe's team, and Jimmy is troubling Tokwe, people will question me as HR. And those are all the things that we all think about when we think about the employability, the suitability of a candidate for a role, on why we should hire you or not hire you. So for me, it's not just about Nigeria or Nigerian education. 5 days ago, I was speaking at the conference in the US, and exactly the same thing. I met people in the room. I met someone in the room who I would not hire for any reason. So I'm telling you, for no reason. I asked this guy, he spent 15 minutes trying to describe to me a website. 15 minutes. A website. When I've got people who are non-graduates in Nigeria doing the same thing, and then you spend 15 minutes after spending 4 or 5 years in business school and you can't describe a website. Is that about Nigerian education? No. So it's more about the individual and what you're able to make from what is made available to you.
Thank you. So we've gotten some questions from the audience. Please, I would like you to give the mic back to Kunle. We have somebody here. I think he or she must have studied microbiology in school, and they also want to transition into HR. So they want to know how you manage that. In addition to that, because of time, I would like you to also address this as you talk. Another person wants to know how to get into HR, Michael, and then somebody else wants to know what you do as an human resource manager. So please, if you can just address all of this as you talk about how you transitioned from microbiology to human resource.
I was actually hoping that I wouldn't have to answer this question. So when you had passed the mic and it didn't get to me, I was very, very happy. And the first person to ask me the question today actually is Tokwe. We went to the same university, and he came to me like, you know, be science you do that time. What thing you do for HR? So I studied microbiology, and I found myself in HR, slightly like Osh had said. And I would say I found myself in HR consciously and unconsciously. Consciously in the sense that what I do now, I've always known this is what I wanted to do, but I didn't have a name for it. I didn't understand how it would be this. Unconsciously, because yes, like I said, I had an idea of, oh, this is what I would want to do and all that. And then unconsciously, because of the things I've done, my path has just followed this path. So I think the background of the story should start from the fact that I didn't go to university to study. I didn't want to study microbiology. For most of us who studied microbiology, biochemistry, botany, zoology, I have witnesses in the house, right? We all wanted to be doctors now. And please, for a moment, you know how good I would have looked if I was a doctor, right? You know, with my glasses, tie, everything. I mean, if I tell you now that you're healed, oh, don't worry, just take tetracycline to cure your cancer, you'll believe, right? So I wanted to be a doctor, and when jammed me, and I jam, and then it went on for 1-2 years. I found myself in Ilorin. That's another long story, because I didn't even know what led me to Ilorin. I'd never been to Ilorin. I didn't know anybody there. I was told to go do Remedia. The understanding was that would help me get into medicine, and then I found myself in microbiology. But from day one, I didn't like the course. I wanted to be a doctor. You know, it just sounded nice. You know, think of Dr. Kunle, you know. It just seemed like the fantastic thing. But I think another step backwards over that is, why did I want to be a doctor? I wanted to be a doctor because I wanted to be able to help people. My mind was that to be a Mother Teresa, I needed to be a doctor. To be able to help people, I've got this compassion in my heart, I've got this passion in my heart to be also able to sit down there and help people, proffer solutions to things. And so, on getting into microbiology, I knew this wasn't what I wanted, and then I sat down. And that's one key thing I want everybody here to say to themselves. And this is one question I tell people to ask always. If you do nothing to your career, what would happen to you? If you do nothing now, think about where you are now. You've made several mistakes, you've got everything right, you've had a first class, you've had a third class. If you do absolutely nothing, in what direction would your career go? So at that point in time, I had to ask myself that question. I found myself in microbiology now. I'd wasted 2 years trying to be a doctor. People that I taught in school were already graduating into the final classes of medical school and all that. And I needed to just get ahead with my life. My brother had actually started medical school. My own younger brother, who I was 2 years ahead of, because I was looking to get into medicine. So I got into microbiology, but it was clear that that was not why I didn't even do well in the classes. I didn't like anything I was doing, but I kept on doing what I wanted to do, which is related to what I'm doing now. So I started to hold sessions in school, started to talk to people, started to practice some little bits of HR. So that in a way also answers the question about people who are saying I want to go into HR. Many people come to me and tell me I want to go into HR and all that, and they're waiting for offer letters from Samsung, from Deloitte and all that. I tell you, start practicing that HR today. So the next question I hear most times is, oh, people are not giving me opportunity to volunteer. Don't wait for people to give you opportunity. Take the opportunity yourself. You think that you're looking for an opportunity to intern. Jimmy is here. He's got a whole lot of people who are volunteering for this. Why are you not one of them? There are several other people in this room. In this room, we probably have, let's say maximum, I think maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. That's out of the population of 50 million plus youths in Nigeria. Why can't you organize such an event tomorrow about HR? On your streets, in your church, within your family. Start your HR from that place. And that's what HR is all about. It's about people. It's the most difficult thing to deal with. I tell you, Tokwe is doing information systems. If you put a computer there, it will not move. When that computer moves, it is HR that moved it. It is human being. Yes. When that fraud happens, it is not because the numbers decide to click themselves. It is human being. That's why HR is pretty tough and difficult to manage. So I think I'm answering the questions bit by bit, right? Yes. And so when you ask me, so back to how did I get into HR? While I was doing microbiology, I started to keep up, started to read every now and then. I am pretty voracious and I read virtually anything I lay my hands on. But I started to read far and wide, started to get to know about different courses. So I would sit with an engineering student and advise an engineering student to say, hey, okay. Okay. Okay, great. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Okay, you can hear me now. Okay. Sorry, I think my story was too long. So NEPA has a way of telling you to shut up. So I think I just started to do that, and bit by bit, lo and behold, one day I sat and I got a call, and someone said to me, an international company is looking for, and I spoke with the country manager, and I said to them, you're the best person. I asked him several years later, like, why did you think so? He said, I've seen you, what they're asking you to do. And I can tell you today, what I do right now, what I get paid millions of naira for or whatever, I was doing it 15, 16 years ago for free. For free, I mean for free. Exactly what I do now. No difference. The same way I get to manage people now and all that, I did it then for nothing. Even for debt, not even for zero salary. So I think it's about identifying what you want to do. If you really want to do HR, start practice it now. Read about it, and there's resources online, there's resources everywhere. Another thing that you need to do is to hook up to people who are experts in your field. So you want to do HR, why don't you contact HR people? Why don't you link up with them? Why do you only get in touch with HR people when you want to go for that interview? Why is it only HR people when you need that job, that pressing job with Maureen? That's when you want to contact Maureen. Get mentors, get people who are leading the area, and also get them across stratas. So don't get only the top heavy one. You think only by talking to Kunle Lifa is when you can get HR. No, there are people who are 1 year, 2 years in the business, who are closer to you in your rank, who can tell you. There are people who are above Kunle's level, local, international, and all that. So get a mix of all those people and start to tap into that network.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, so we need to move along really quickly. We're going to wrap this up in 5 minutes, guys, please. Okay, really quickly, somebody else wants to know, how did you get into Deloitte? Can you summarize it in 30 seconds if possible, please? Thank you.
Very interesting. When I decided to go work, when I was trying to transit from my own business to working in a very big company like Deloitte, I started looking for companies to apply to, like consulting firms like Accenture. So I applied to Accenture. I will not tell you the result of what they said. I applied to KPMG, PwC, and while I was still trying the assessment, someone just sent me a text from Mina. He said, Tope, that company you're trying to do interview for, there is another company like that company. It's called Deloitte. They are also recruiting now. I will send you a text and just send your CV to them. And that was it. So I sent my CV. They called me. We're about 1,500 that did the assessment, the tests. So when I saw them, I said, God, and I was doing very well in my business. So why am I joining these people to look for a job? But I did well. Then we had the interview. And think about 2 different stages after the first assessment, and that was how I got to Deloitte. So when I got to Deloitte, I was in audit. I was not even doing what I do now. I was doing this financial audit and everything, and it was really boring. As in, this accountant, to me it was really boring. So I wanted to do IT, and because we have a firm that is multidisciplinary, you have IT consulting, HR consulting, tax consulting, corporate finance, audit, and everything. So over time, I was able to develop myself in IT area while in audit, and I was able to transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Yaduni, this one is for you. What do you do when you have a passion and interest in a particular sector, for instance, development sector, but find it difficult to get into any of the organizations, to get work experience from, or to find training opportunities for people without qualification? So I think this individual is trying to get into an organization, but he or she doesn't have qualification. Then there's also, in the pursuit of career excellence, what is the risk of abandoning your duties and responsibilities for your family because you're trying to build your career? And then this one as well, I would like you to, how do you manage the conflict of working as though the company is yours and you need to submit to your superiors, especially when you're at the bottom of the career ladder? I know I've said a lot, but please, somehow in 30 to 45 seconds, try and answer all of that. Thank you.
Okay. I was just going to say, in transitioning from careers, I'm a person of faith. I believe in God, and I don't take my decisions lightly. I believe that it's important that you should connect with a creator. Everybody needs someone. That's my personal belief, and you must be prayerful in taking your decisions. I think being self-aware, being aware of what your passion is the first step, but also equipping yourself so that you can enter that sector. Now, you're saying you don't have the experience and no one is giving you a chance. A lot of development organizations run on volunteers. People who come there and say, look, I'm here, I want to get work experience, I want you to teach me. We go to school and we pay to go to school, but somehow people can't get it around their heads that they go into a working environment and expect to work for free. Meanwhile, the vulcanizers and the tailors, you know what, when people come to them to learn, they actually pay the vulcanizer, pay the head seamstress to learn that trade. So when you go to people, volunteer your time. I'm willing to come in here to work for you. These are the areas that I'm interested in, and I'm happy to be of service to you. I'm available for 1 month. And you see, one thing is, when you go in, there was something Mr. Durotoye said. He said, you become an asset to an employer. Nobody's going to work with you for 1 month, 2 months, see that you're excellent, and let you go so that somebody else can take them. They won't do it. So when you're going in there, you have to have a vision and you have to have a plan. When you're going into a job, I'm like, I'm going to work with this person and I'm going to be so great at what I do that this person is not going to want to see the back of me. When I say I am go, she'll say, stay. I will pay your salary. I will pay twice your salary. So you have to offer something for free. Offer your time for free. Now, balancing family responsibilities, I will not advise anybody to do what I did. I did what I did in my own wisdom and with guidance at the time that I did it. People that are married and have children must also be sensitive to that, because I think you need to be responsible, whatever you are. But I believe that if you're passionate about something and you're genuine in that passion and you pray to God, I think God puts that passion in you. You don't create it yourself. If God you put this passion in me, please make a way for me to develop this passion and show that passion, it will happen. What was the third one?
So, about contributions. When your contributions are not being recognized.
I've never been in that situation, and I think it's hard to deny a value creator in any organization. One of the things that I think are very crucial, I just wanted to share that, is lifelong learning. And lifelong learning, one of the things that make it easier is having humility, because you need to be humble to learn. And learning is not always from the person that is above you. I think Jimmy Tewe said you have a mentor, you have peers, and you have subordinates. You can learn from observing people who are below you. Don't ever think you can't learn. Have a lifelong attitude to learning. Be humble. Have a mentor. Have a critic. Have a champion. That always helps.
Thank you for that. And then lastly, let's end on money. We have a question here that basically is saying, how do I answer the question, how much do you want to earn at an interview? Osh, I'm looking at you. Can you answer this for us?
How do you answer the question, how much do you want to earn at an interview? I think I'll start by saying I have been privileged to be in quite a bit of interviews. And I think the most disappointing part is where people are elusive when that question is asked. So people think that, they say, no, we don't want to talk about money. Let's talk about the value we're bringing. We're coming to add value. No, it's reckless value we'll bring to the table. Let's leave money first. I'm not moved by money. We've seen, say passion. I'm passionate. I remember and I'll just share this joke. Many years ago, and it will sound strange here, I got offered a job in an oil company on a platter of gold. I was told, this job is for you. We need you to go and apply for this job. 2 people called me, the general manager, HR, and I was on that. I talked about a project where they said, if Osh doesn't come back, we will not renew this contract. So the general manager and some other manager in HR called me and said, this job is yours. It was a HR analyst job, and we want you to come do it. And I said to them, I'm not interested. They couldn't understand it because they had an idea of what I was earning at the time, And okay, time, right? Yeah, I'll watch it. NEPA, please don't. Okay, but let me just cut the long story short. At that point, with all the aggression and the passion, I said no, I wasn't interested. And somebody made a joke many years later, about 8 years down the line, and said, how could you be so stupid? What were you looking for? I said I was looking for challenges. He said, get money, you will buy challenge. This challenge you are looking for, get the money first. You can get challenge in the market, you buy it. Sometimes we like to feel like, money is not important. And we think that by saying to an employer, I don't want to discuss money, you've made yourself a more obvious choice. It's good to be clear. For me, it's good to be clear. These are my expectations. A lot of things can come out of your articulating your expectations. I expect, and again, it sometimes tells the employer about the level of research you had done before you get to the table. So if you're going to a bank and you're getting an entry-level position, and a bank is a structured organization, this is what is being offered. You've done your research, and you know that it is between this and this. If you come saying something that is 45 times that, or 10 times that, then it already tells me that you didn't do your homework. So do your homework, and come out clearly with what your expectations are. And have a discussion around it. In my view, that's the best thing to do. Don't be elusive around the question, and don't say no, I'm not interested, except if you are really not interested in money. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Kunle would like to say something really quickly.
I just like to add quickly to the last two questions. One is what you had asked Yaduni about if you're doing something and people don't appreciate it. People, let's be clear about something. He who is not of value will not know value. So you may be reporting to a manager now, you may be working with someone now. If that person is not of value, the person will not value you. It doesn't take away the fact that you are doing something that is valuable. So first things first is to check. So don't check yourself with just the parameter within the confines of your office. Don't check yourself with the parameters of this conference. Don't check yourself within parameters of Ikeja. What is the global standard for what you are doing? That is what you should chase. And you talk about. He said, I wanted the certification once every year. Not because Deloitte is asking him to do it. Deloitte doesn't value that certification. I'm sorry. They didn't tell him to go after that. There were people in his office who would not value it. His bosses will not value it. Most of the people around are not of value. They don't value the value you bring on board. That doesn't stop you from adding value. The second thing I'll say is just supporting what Osha said. Perfect, spot on. I've done a research about this for about 4 years. Everybody who's asking me about that question would ask only because they've not done their research. If you've researched well about the salary a company pays, you will have no problem answering the question. In your research, if you're going for an interview with First Bank, don't find out First Bank salary only. On that same marina, every other bank there, what they offer for that level, you need to know it. You think you don't know people in there? Check your phone, check your network, ask questions, research very well, and you'll be able to understand what they can offer and also put some more value on what you are able to provide.
All right, unfortunately, we've come to the end of this segment because of time. We could have gone on and on about it, but what we will do now is we can actually take it online. So I'll give everybody an opportunity to give out your Twitter handle, please, if you may. I know there's some people wanting to know how to apply to Deloitte. So maybe you can ask him the question directly online. So please, each one of you, can you just give out your Twitter handle, please?
Sorry, just before I say my Twitter handle, I read a book years ago by Brian Tracy, and it said that if you should read 5 hours about your chosen profession 1 hour about your chosen profession every day, in 5 hours you will be on top. And I said to myself, what if I read 2 hours every day? Perhaps in 2.5 years I will be on top. And I started doing that every day. I want to encourage you from today, start reading every day. All those movies and all those stuff that we spend time, it's just taking our time and wasting our time. If you can read 2 hours every day, even though you are a dullard, you'll be shocked that you are going to go to the top. Twitter handle is Tokwe at Tokwe Aladensi. Thank you. At Tokwe Aladensi. Okay, I have a website, tokwealadensi.com. So when you get there, you can see other things that are interested in. Thank you.
You can tweet at the LEAP handle. That's at LEAP Africa. LEAP is LEAP Africa. Thank you.
Okay, at Osh 99. Osh 99. Thank you. OSH 99. Should I spell 99? 99. Thank you.
At Kunle Olaifa.
Okay, so thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? They've done a fantastic job. Thank you so much for enlightening us today. Okay. Thank you. So you have me again. We'll be moving right ahead to the business panel. Because of time, the time now is 2:45, and we would like to wrap this up really quickly. So I'll delve into this really quickly. So my first panelist for the business section is Mrs. Olanrewaju Oniyiton. Yes, Mrs. Olanrewaju Oniyiton. Sorry about that. She's the founder and CEO of W Holistic Business Solutions. She's a thought leader, a small and medium enterprise consultant, micro businesses, informal sector, and base of the English is not easy. All right, so let's take that bit again. Informal sector and base of the pyramid development in developing and transition economies. Her consulting experience covers a wide variety of businesses, associations, international development agencies of varying sizes and scales in various sectors. Olanrewaju sits on the board of several businesses. Before establishing WHBS, she worked in the capacity of head, strategy, and business development as a senior consultant with most of her career at KPMG Professional Services. A round of applause for that. Where she was in the business advisory service unit and the risk management unit. She also acted as an independent business monitor under School for Startups UK, under the Enterprise Development Center, Pan-African University, Nigeria. She's also a trainer under Grow Beach Advisors UK on the Federal Government of Nigeria initiative, the UWIN program. Larry is on the case study writing team of the Enterprise Development Pan-Atlantic University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Lanre Oniyiton to the panel. I apologize, I'm just trying to rush. Thank you. Welcome. All right, our next panelist is Folawe Banigbe. Folawe Banigbe is a highly accomplished woman with vast leadership experience in both business and non-profit sector. She's currently the MD CEO of Cosmofen Limited, a woman welfare support organization that also consults for companies on how to maximize the competence of pregnant women in the work environment. She's also the publisher of Nigeria's premier pregnancy magazine titled Pregnancy and You. Can we give her a round of applause for that? Because this is often a topic that is not always addressed properly, which is widely distributed in Nigeria and part of West Africa sub-region. Folawe has been a motivational speaker in the last 14 years. She has featured in several seminars, workshops, conferences, which include tertiary institutions and the corporate environment. She's a life coach and mentor, majorly to young women, aspiring, troubled, and challenged ones alike. She places major emphasis on helping individuals to move from where they are to where they ought to be. She works as a counselor who has passion to bring strong family and societal values. Folawe has a bachelor degree in biochemistry and a diploma in event management. She's married to Obafemi Banigbe and they're both blessed with 2 lovely children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Folawe. 4. This has to be updated. Welcome, thank you. Okay, so moving along, my next panelist is Bola Fabure. Bola is a Lagos-based entrepreneur and founder of African Speaker Agency, Chartwell's sister firm in Africa. He has been involved in starting up Nigeria's largest online retail, as well as founding businesses in consulting and radio repair. Currently, he is the CEO of Supermart, an online grocery delivery service that allows customers shop for groceries from leading supermarkets. He has launched in Lagos. Prior to establishing these firms, he also worked at global banks, Goldman Sachs, and Credit Suisse in London, as well as consulting at KPMG in Lagos. Please give him a round of applause for that as well. Bola also runs Speaker Series Africa, a monthly forum where he interviews Nigerians, leading business people, and emerging entrepreneurs as they share their business and life experiences with young professionals. Prior to starting Supermart, Bola Fabure and Ralph Adefo, co-founders, were respectively the Chief Operations Officer and Managing Director at the online retailer Jumia. A round of applause for Bola. And last but not least, a friend of mine, African farmer Mogaji. He has a very short, sweet, concise profile. He's the partner of X-Ray Consulting. He is a quiet but big player in the agriculture industry. Apart from owning his own farm, he consults for high net worth individuals and government on many agricultural initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. Okay, welcome. And I apologize for keeping you guys waiting, so let's get into the interesting discussions. There are many young people in Nigeria today who believe that they don't want to be employees. They want to be an employer of labor as well. What advice do you give such individuals? And in the process of answering that, maybe you can just talk about how you ended up being an entrepreneur. And I'd like maybe Bola to start off with that, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. I guess my journey to entrepreneurship started many years ago. When I was in secondary school, where there was things like selling candy floss to my course mates, or getting my parents' old newspapers and selling them to the man for 1,000 naira per ruler. And all along, even while I was in university, while I was working, I always knew that at some point I would start my own business. And it has become somewhat of an obsession. So over the last 4 years, it's almost been one business launched every year. And I guess for me, I always knew inside of me that was the kind of person I was. I was driven. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No.
Hello.
Okay, I think it's okay. So I always knew the kind of person I was. I knew that I was a very driven person. I didn't need to be told what to do. I didn't need to be supervised. And I always knew I had a good ability to come up with very good and interesting ideas. So for me, it was always just a case of finding that good idea, finding the right team to work with, and then executing on that idea. And over the years, I've done things as varied as repairing potholes on streets. I've done a bit of consulting. Like you said, we launched Jumia about 2 years ago. And right now, with one of the former MDs at Jumia, we've then started this new grocery delivery service, Supermart, and we deliver groceries to across Lagos. And it's something that we thought long and hard about, and we thought, look, how can we solve a problem of people buying groceries, having to go to the stores, getting stuck in traffic, queuing for hours in the stores, and with the kind of busy professionals that we have, we knew that, look, we're going to be solving a very important problem. What I would say is, whether you're an entrepreneur or not, whether you choose to start your own business or you choose to build a career, always have that entrepreneurial mindset. So if you are chasing for a job, chase for the job as if you're an entrepreneur. Chase it as if your life depends on it. Because when you're in a business, many people come and say, look, I don't want to be in a 9 to 5, I want to own my own business, and they think there's more flexibility. The reality is there is less flexibility with a 9 to 5. You're probably working something more like a 7 to 7 or 7 to 11. the intensity of your life changes when you're an entrepreneur. So always think about that very, very carefully when you want to, before you go to start a business. Is this the kind of life you want for yourself? Are you made for business? If you are not, then go down a different path. And that's not to say that going down a 9 to 5 or having a career is less intense than a business. But one, you must understand who you are, understand the kind of business you want to do. Don't go into a business because someone else has said this business works, or because you say, you know what, let's do internet cafe, is moving, let's do telecoms, is moving, let's do oil and gas, is moving. It may move for me, but it may not move for you. It may move because I have put in the right ingredients to make that business move. But if you don't put in the same ingredients, the same hard work, the same long hours, the same ability to want to learn, it may not work for you. So always think about the various ingredients carefully before you decide to go into any kind of business or any kind of venture.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just quickly beg your indulgence again? As we go along, you can write your questions down on a piece of paper, and once we've finished, we will take your questions. Okay. There's this food for thought that as soon as you finish university, for those that are entrepreneurial, you can actually go right ahead and start your business, especially for the ones that have been dabbling into little things here and there whilst they were in university. But there's also this food of thought that it's better to work for somebody first before you actually start your business. Larry, what do you think is the best formula, if there is one?
Sorry, is that working?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll address that based on my experience. My mom was a businesswoman. My dad was an employee. He worked with First Bank. He gave her her first loan. So I grew up knowing how you could be richer if you knew what to do with money. So eventually my mom was, it was no longer dad had the fat salary. It was then how did mom use the loan, and eventually started an empire. So I knew I wanted to do business. My dad wanted me to be an accountant. So I did ATS, but I studied business. And when I finished, I said, I don't want to go into business now. I want to go into business advisory to understand what it takes first. Yes, I studied business. I did a lot of business in school. I sold. I did everything about business. I've breathed business all my life. So going into KPMG, I think it made me a better business person because I went there with a purpose. I tell all my friends and even my staff that when I got into KPMG, I was not just a practice staff, I was a support staff. So you will see me in IT department, learning what they're doing. You see me in production, you see me in facilities, you see me in HR, you see me in finance, they were wondering, what is wrong with this girl? Is she normal? You see me in risk management. In fact, I was on loan to audit because I had done accounting. So I studied everything and I was able to understand the structure of the firm. And that was how I was able to start my own firm. Looking back, would I want to start my firm after school? It wouldn't have made sense because I wouldn't have been able to put the structure that I put in there right now. I'm a better person because I went to work somewhere. And like he said, the entrepreneurial mindset, it makes more sense because while I was working in KPMG, I had the entrepreneurial mindset. I've had it from when I was young. And that was noticed. 7-star worker definition, it's about being driven. It's about being an entrepreneur inside an organization. And one day my partner called me and said, you know what, Larry, you're on partner track. And I told him, you know what, go and read my application. When they said, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I specifically wrote it there that I want to start my own consulting firm. So I'm not on partner track. So I don't want to go on partner track. But he said, you know what, we're still going to reward you. And I got a double promotion. And I resigned after the double promotion because I said, you know what, I've achieved what I wanted to do. I'm going out now to start my own firm. And it made me a better person.
Okay. Thank you. Let's have a different perspective to that. African Farmer, I understand that you only ever worked 3 weeks in your life. And when I say worked 3 weeks in your life, I mean for any employer, 3 weeks. What was your experience like?
I started my entrepreneurial journey from Form 1, now GS1. I bought my first poultry, 30 of them. I'd always wanted to be an entrepreneur, not to work for anyone since childhood. And so I started pretty early. Um, Benefit of hindsight, I would say study so you don't get employed. But if you're towing an entrepreneurial line that is new, like agriculture was not what it is like today. I keep a lot of highly intellectual friends. If you see my profile, it's shorter than others, so you understand. And by the way, I just like to say thank you to Jimmy. Jimmy has a way of putting me, sitting with a lot of KPMG, Accenture, so sometimes it gets a bit intimidating and you just have to sit up and say, come, I know my onions. They don't know my industry.
Round of applause.
But there's something about working which I advocate. Work in the organization that is in line with your passion. It will collapse time for you in people management, HR, and co. However, for me, I worked for 3 weeks by chance. My business crashed in Ekiti then, so I had no money and I was forced to relocate to Lagos. So I got a job with a consulting firm, Positive Image of London, and every morning I would get to work and I would be dozing. And waking up in the morning, 6 o'clock to dash out. Every night I was eating with Aboki Malam. You eat Indomie and I'm sleeping with the office clothes. But I was fortunate to have gone for an exhibition. I took a day off and I met Remi Tinubu, the wife of Bola Tinubu then. She was still incumbent. And she saw my honey, the way I packaged the honey. And she stopped the entourage and said, young man, this is a good one. I said, thank you, ma. She came back and she said, don't stop what you are doing. You only need to get some people who will be genuinely interested in your business. And she told me something that I will never forget. She said, if anybody can validate that, I should be in the position as the wife of the governor. The moment she left, the next day I went to resign. Because if the wife of the governor is saying I should not give up, who am I to give up? And I went back to the bush. I went to reactivate my network and people were willing to help me because I had helped a lot of people and I kicked up again.
Thank you. Bolawe, this question is for you. You're in a niche market. I'd like you to talk about what led you to the market you're in. You're the MD CEO of Cosmo Feminine. Am I correct? Okay. You are also the publisher of Pregnancy and You. That's a niche market. That's a market that not many people are into. So I'm guessing that you're very, very passionate about what you do. Can you just talk about what inspired you to go into that venture and why passion can be very important when you want to start up your own entrepreneurial journey?
All right, thank you. You actually started my sentence for me. When he said that everybody has KPMG or something, I don't have that as well. I'm not here because I went to Harvard Business School or Joe Business School, as the case may be. I'm here because I have a passion. I had a passion. I discovered what I love doing naturally, and I channeled my energy into it. I studied biochemistry. I wanted to study medicine as well. But then I discovered that I loved working with women. Before I ever got married, any of my friends who were married and got pregnant, I'll call them every day. I'll go and visit them. If anyone had a baby, I'm the first person to go to the hospital to take care of them and all that, and bathe their babies, even though I never had one of my own. So my passion grew in that, and by the time I had my own child, I knew what I wanted to do. I had loved writing. I wrote storybooks when I was young. And then I just started to go on my journey. You know, no one stumbles on greatness. You know, it takes a lot of deliberate action. You might dabble here and there, go around a bend and all of that, but then you know what you want, know where you're going. I would say yes, I run a business, it's an entrepreneurship, but I'm not a businesswoman per se, and that's why I'm in a niche. You know, it's the passion that I have. If you're into publishing, you have better have a passion. You would know that people start it and they never get it through. I'm not here because I have had a home run of gotten to the breakthrough that I want my company to be at, but I'm here because I have a passion. Every woman that calls me and said, if it had not been for pregnancy and you, I wouldn't be where I am today. We have a page, it's almost 30,000 fans, and every day we get a message, pregnancy and you, I had my baby yesterday. Thank you so much for the journey. If it had not been for you, we'll not be where we are today. You know, Cosmofemininity is about working with women. I also have all of this passion. So it's about your passion, what you're able to develop and all that. And it's not just the passion like people say. You have the talent. You have to develop skills. Although I've said that I didn't go to Harvard Business School, I knew at a point I had to acquire some knowledge, to apply wisdom to what I have acquired, to go through what I have. And that's where I never worked myself. I have a diploma in event management because I just had this creative thing in my mind. I went to makeup school. I did decoration. In fact, I met my husband because someone told me to give him my card that when he gets married, you might do the one to plan his wedding. And I didn't know that I was going to be planning our wedding by myself. So I had done a lot of things. And just like I said, you don't stumble on it. There's a journey, you walk towards it and gets you there.
Thank you for that. Okay, Bola, this one is for you real quick. You were part of the startup for Jumia, and now you were the COO for Jumia as well. And now you're starting Supermart. Can you shed more light on how to start something from scratch and nurture it and grow it? Because I mean, if I can use Jumia as an example, I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't know it, and I'm sure very soon we'll all be hearing Supermart as well. A lot of people want to know how you can go from here to here.
It takes incredible strength and patience. You can never grow anything overnight. Yes, Jumia may look like, it was nowhere a few years ago and now it's everywhere. But that took a whole team of people spending endless sleepless nights, working 16-hour days, 100-hour weeks, making sure that everything that we wanted to do was done to perfection. It's one thing to have the idea, it's another thing to execute on that idea. The main thing, first of all, is to make sure you have the right team of people. And whether those people are the people at the top who are trying to decide the strategy or the people who are getting in there and doing the work. And one thing which we always did was, whatever it was we did, at the very beginning of Jumia, or even now with Supermart, everything we asked anybody to do, we did ourselves. So whether it was, delivering orders to customers, washing the motorbikes. I mean, I think the very first day we had maybe 2 bikes, we had 5 orders. I got to my car and I was driving around Ojodu, delivering to customers. Even now with Supermart, because of the kind of things we deliver groceries to customers. So to making sure the tomatoes are fresh, making sure the eggs are not cracked, making sure when somebody asks for coffee, it's decaf and not something else. Sometimes I spend as much as 6 hours on the shop floor, supermarket shop floor, making sure I train the people who are selecting these things, because you as a customer, you've asked for powdered milk, pig powdered milk, 100 grams, and you get pig powdered milk, 50 grams. By the time it gets to your door, you'll be pissed off. So imagine if that is baby milk for your baby who has been crying all day, and somebody brings the wrong thing. So we dedicate a lot of time training those kind of people. And I could just say, look, I can print out a whole sheet and say, look, this is how to select groceries, and I give it to the people who are shopping on the shop floor, and I go back home and turn on the AC and start watching, Chelsea, Liverpool. I could do that, but then I choose to get my hands dirty, and those guys have a greater sense of respect for me and for the rest of the team, because there's nothing they have done that I haven't done. So whether it is, going to take pictures of the products, making sure they look perfect on the website, writing the content for those products, picking those things, delivering to customers. Once the team you are trying to guide see that you can get your hands dirty and you do anything that you have asked them to do, then they'll give their 100% all. And most of all is sacrifice. You can't build anything of note in comfort. So if you're going to build, whether it's a junior, it's a supermarket, or it's a small business selling recharge card, there's a sacrifice involved to that business. If you will say, look, I'm going to be selling recharge card, but I'm only going to work Monday to Friday. When your mates are working 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day, Monday to Sunday, you snooze, you lose. So whatever it is you are doing, understand that something has to give. I mean, I work so hard. I just came out of a stint in hospital now just because I push myself. Apart from supermarkets, there are 2 other businesses I'm involved in. So at any point in time, there's really no time to sit back and relax. I used to enjoy football a lot, but I haven't watched a football game in something like 5 years, just because this stage in my life is dedicated to building businesses, and it will continue to be that way until I think, I have reached a level where I can now, I wouldn't say coast, but a level where I can now take things a bit easy and take my foot off the gas. But now is the time to sacrifice. Now is the time to build. And that will be the same for anybody else. Understand that there is that level of, I'll keep saying it again, whether it's sacrificing your own personal time, sacrificing time with your family, sacrificing time doing the kind of things you like. Many times people invite me to parties and I say, okay, yeah, fine, I can go to that party, but if I go to that party and I'm there till 4 a.m., it means I can't be up at 7 a.m. for the meeting. So I say, no, I won't be there. I'll go there for 10 minutes and come out. I have 4 weddings this weekend. Maybe I'll go in for 2 of them, the most important ones. But I can't go there and spend a whole Saturday at a wedding. It's a waste of my time. There are better things to be done. And if I dedicate that kind of time to attending, weddings here, I go to this event, this party, then there's no way I can do what I am doing now. So sacrifice, commitment, and taking care of yourself, to understand that if you take care of yourself, whether it's mentally, in terms of building up your stock of knowledge, taking care of yourself physically, then only with that can you now start to now build something, and build something that will stand the test of time.
Well said. Thank you. Lara, I have a question here for you. It says, what are the things startups should look at first before venturing into business? And I'd like to add, how can startups or small businesses, so SMEs, structure their businesses from the onset, to ensure, because we've heard of these terrible statistics about, businesses not surviving the first 2 years and things like that. So can you please shed more light, since you work with SMEs?
Okay, so based on my experience and what we do in my firm, one of the key things that makes businesses fail is lack of planning. So the way you don't have a vision for your life and your career, if you don't have a vision and a plan for your business, then you're planning to fail. So the first thing is your business plan. And if you don't have a business plan, I don't advise you to start your business. Now, it doesn't have to be something overly complicated like what KPMG would have done. I had to unlearn the KPMG methodology when I started doing SME business. In fact, I threw it out of everything they taught us. I just threw it out. I had to go to the Enterprise Development Center of Atlantic University to be able to understand how small businesses think. So your business plan has to be spot on. You need to do your research. You need to understand what it takes to succeed in your business. You cannot do retail or delivery business and put in your business plan your net profit is 80%. That is a lie. You can't get it anywhere. So you need to do your research. If you don't do your research, you're already planning to fail. There are a lot of myths that we get, that I hear every time young people come and they say, I have an idea. I said, there are ideas everywhere. It is the first person to the market. What are you doing to be able to structure that business? And like I say, a lot of people say, oh, Larry, what business have you done before? I tell them, my consulting firm is a business. When I started, I was one woman riot. I started from my bedroom with my laptop. I had accounts at whbs.com, HR at whbs.com. I had, when people send me emails, I'll tell them, oh, my accountant will get back to you. I will write the email from accounts at. It was because I understood what structure was. And I knew that if I approached the client and they saw that I was structured, they were able to pay the fees I was asking for. So they didn't look at me like one woman riot. And then the key thing I want to bring out there is the fact that I started small with the resources that I had. Now, you don't go getting an office when you do not have money. Just as the entertainment guy said, you don't start showing once you make 1 million. You move as your business grows. After I started from my house and clients started asking for meetings, we started meeting at eateries. So we have a meeting, and then I used to spend so much money buying lunch for people that came to talk to me. It was after that I made a business case. I looked at my expenses for 6 months and saw that the money for lunch could actually pay rent. So I said, you know what, this is time to get an office, because now the business can support the office. So you need to move as the business grows. Don't come out and say, I want to be large. The rule, especially in Africa and other developing economies, is that things change. You are not in the UK that dollar to pounds has been stable for, 2-3 months or 6 months or 1 year. Naira changes like this. Things are not stable. Today there's this policy, tomorrow there's that policy. So you need to build your structure, strengthen your organization, so that when turbulence comes, you are able to withstand it. Another key issue is risk management, which people don't think about. What are the things that can happen to me? How am I putting things in place? So I have clients that you tell, just get your staff the minimum health insurance possible, so that at least they can go to the hospital if they are not feeling fine. And then one day 5 people come back from the quarry and say that we are all not feeling fine, and nobody shows up in the office. So risk management, or something happens and you are into logistics, and all your trucks, VIO, LASMA, which other one? Ministry of Environment, land use, all of them come one day and seize 4 of your trucks. And then you have customers' goods in it and you cannot deliver. And they have an excuse. So they tell you didn't have one paper because you just thought, let me make some money by not paying for this. So you also need to ensure that you are properly structured. And that is why research is important, because if you do not look at it and know what your true costs are and incorporate that into your financials, I don't want to speak over your head. It is easy to write a business plan. I have unlearned the complex way of doing it. One of the key things we do in my firm is offer the free business plan guide that can help you to write your business plan by yourself. You don't really need to pay someone to do it, except you want to get somebody to review it, or you're applying to Exim Bank in the US or a complex company. But even for the likes of what Smidan is doing, you can write that business plan yourself, and you can get it. You can get it from us if you want to. So, but the idea is plan. But don't overplan. After some time, take that step, start small. What I say is get your proof of concept. Once you've done that little thing, you've reached a milestone, then you can go to someone and say, this is what I've done. I want to go into this business. I've achieved 1, 2, 3. There's still 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But this is what I need now. Then you go back to your plan, review it, do 5, 6, 7. Go back and say, I have achieved 1 to 7. Now I'm about to move to 8, 9, 10. So you need to move in steps. Rome was not built in a day.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. This one is for you, Folawe. I'm coming back to African. I was about to say African farmer, because I'd like us to delve into agriculture in a bit. But let me get some other things sorted. Okay, so for Folawe, were you able to get sponsorship, or how did you raise funds for your magazine? Because you publish, right? Is this an electronic magazine or a published magazine? It's published, and I know for one that it's not easy to publish. As in, when I say publish, physical print, it's not easy. So how did you get funding for that, especially when your brand wasn't as popular?
All right. I first of all mentioned passion, okay? And I remember then when I'm usually asked these questions and they ask what my challenges are, I usually then, I'm quick to say that one of my challenges, if I think, is finances, but finances really is not your challenge. At this age and time, really, publishing shouldn't just be limited to hard copies. You understand? Going to press and all of that. Trust me, it's capital intensive. I also want to say, first of all, that there's this phrase that really launched me into a paradigm shift, and it says that your career is what you're paid for, but your calling is what you're made for. If you can find a career in your calling, greatness, excellence, exceptional excellence is inevitable when you're able to apply wisdom to the knowledge that you acquire. I hope I've not said so much, but there's somewhere, someplace where you can find a career in your calling. That is why you could go to a 9 to 5 job, and because it's what you believe you're called to do and make an impact on, you will do it very well. Now, relating that or connecting that to what I was asked, the moment you have a passion, definitely money is a challenge, finance is a challenge ahead of you. You will look at other avenues to create a platform for the passion that you have. For me, when I started with some money. Okay, in fact, I had the bulk of the money I had. I wish I didn't spend it as much as I did, because I had to miss a lot of things before I came to my senses. You understand? For publishing, you really need to prove to your clients. Basically, you think publishing is about selling volume of the copies of the magazine. It's actually one thing I learned before I even started was that you should have created enough revenue in the pages of your magazine so that you can actually give the magazine for free. So your basic revenue comes from advertising, the people who want to use your platform to get to your target audience. And that is what publishing is about. If you're just about selling copies, then you will definitely have a long journey to go, unless what you sell at that point just breaks in the market and is a bestseller. But when it's a lifestyle magazine, it's something that comes often. You need to build revenue from that. So usually in Nigerian market, you have to prove yourself. When we met them there, we went to meet them there for adverts, they'll say, you have to give us free adverts first. So a lot of people saw so many adverts in our first edition and they thought, you have made a lot of money in this. But for the first 4 or 5 editions, I was giving adverts for free. I was I was almost losing it. I was like, what's all this? We'll go to advertising agencies and all that. But then someone told me one day, I met the person in Abuja, and he said something. He said, publishing is very, very capital intensive. At a point, you use 1 million naira to get 1 naira. But you are going to develop, if you are consistent, you will use 1 naira to get 1 million naira. And that stuck to my brain. So I'm still using my 1 million to get 1 naira at this stage. And I believe that at a level, you'll get that. Also, if you start it that way, like I said, look for other avenues. There are online magazines. There are other places, other ways you can first create your audience. Think of how to get revenue from what you can now. A lot of people have sent me emails. I want to publish. I want to start. Please, who are your, which press do you print at? Who can you tell me to help me get adverts and all that? And I just smile because when I don't respond, they think I'm arrogant, but I don't even know where to start from because I don't want to discourage them. And most of the things I'll just do is that create a platform for yourself. Start from what you're doing now because publishing is actually a voice. There's a voice, there's a passion, there's something you want to convey. And if it's not going to come first by having millions of naira to go to the press, then use the cheapest, most accessible medium to get what you want to say across to your audience.
Thank you. Very, very, very enlightening. Thank you. Okay, so Bola, this one is for you. Is it okay to run a job you're also passionate about to get funds to grow your business? If yes, how do you manage both worlds?
I'm sure Kunle will understand this. First of all, it depends on the kind of contract you signed. Some contracts you signed, there's a limitation on the kind of activities you can do outside of that job. But I think if it is a business that is not related to the job you are doing and you're somehow able to combine it without affecting your regular job, then by all means, go for it. I've done it in the past. But again, it comes back to what I say about sacrifice. If you finish work at 8 p.m. and then that's where it ends, but you don't know, because if you get home at 8 p.m., there's the business to think about. Do you now spend an additional 2-3 hours thinking about that business, working on that business? Do you spend your weekends working on that business? It's very, very difficult. So you have to make sure that you are prepared to make that kind of commitment before you jump into it. But again, even when you do that, have a plan. Once you have said, look, I want to start this business, but I want to test the waters and see how it goes while I'm working. You should now have a plan that I'm going to test it for 6 months, for 1 year, for 2 years. And if I see X and X, set a target. If I reach these targets in this period, then I will then go ahead and leave my job to start this company full time. If you can also have partners who can join you on the business, maybe who are on a more full-time basis or who have more flexibility with their time. Because with any business, no matter what you're doing, it will require your involvement during office hours at some point, no matter what the business is. So you need to have somebody, whether it's an employee that you trust or a partner that you trust, who can run that business more operationally than you can while you're in that regular job. But again, it comes back to that sacrifice and the level of commitment you're able to make to both ventures.
Thank you for that. Very enlightening. Okay, so African farmer. A lot of young people, or there's this food of thought that agriculture is not attractive or is not sexy enough for our young people out there. Do you agree with that statement?
Not at all.
Okay.
Who will see me and think I'm a farmer?
You are.
I'm well packaged.
Well packaged farmer. I think that deserves a round of applause, don't you think? Okay, so what opportunities are there for the young people to venture into agriculture?
There are a lot of opportunities if you are not lazy. Now, I'm deliberate in using the word lazy. It's a lazy man or woman who is thinking of what the fellow will think about or will talk about you. Now, if I take a census, how many people came out with a distinction here? Okay.
Raise your hand and be counted.
Distinction, good. Maybe about 5. 2-1. 2-1. 2-2. Third class. Pass. Now, if you check the census, about 80% came out with 2-2 below. Now, when you make a 2-2, your options are limited, so you have to be smart. There was a program that happened in Lagos some time ago called Effizi Night. Now, Effizi Night, about 3 days to the program, I just had a brainwave. When it comes to business, business generally, I'm not an advocate of planning too much. I'm an advocate of do it. Do it and plan on the job. But have a mindset that you will plan, but do it and plan. Now, what did I do? I had corn, fresh corn, and at that time, corn was just coming to the market. So I said, okay, they were expecting about 10,000 people coming. So I said, okay, what if I sold 10,000 cobs of corn at 50 naira? That's some money. So I now said, okay, fine, we'll do it. I harvested the corn. I knew the market was there. I got a space. We brought the corn to Lagos, boiled the corn, and I took the corn there. And we had one stand. I eventually took 8,000 cobs of corn. When people saw the corn, my friends, in fact, someone had to call a network of people to begin to do intercession. Because if I didn't sell the corn, it would have been wasted. So to cut the story short, from one stand, we eventually had 5 stands. I can remember that day, one young lady came. She said, this guy is not serious. People are selling burger, rice, he's selling boiled corn. And that first statement that day, I was like, did I make a mistake? But at the end of the day, we brought pots there. Think through whatever you want to do. We brought charcoal pot, we were boiling it, so it was hot. Fortunately, the weather was cold, so they needed something hot, and they finished the corn. Personally, I found on charcoal 500 cobs of corn. But the thing is, we have to add value. So I added butter, boiled and roasted, and I added honey as topping. And around 2 a.m. that day, charcoal finished. So I went and they said, where will you find charcoal? I said, I'll find charcoal. Because I knew that if we don't sell this, it will waste. So when you put yourself on the edge sometimes, it goes. I found charcoal that night. One security man took me to where they were selling charcoal. I placed money there, took the charcoal, ran back. Now, you can sell boiled corn. The difference between, if you go to TFC, there's what is called yamarita. Yamarita, what is yamarita? I cook a lot. Yamarita is yam, put in raw egg, put in flour, and fried. It now becomes crispy. What is the difference between dundu and yamarita? Nothing. It's just branding. With all the technology available to us today, it's just branding and repackaging. I went to Abeokuta. You know this kokoro, this round, you know it, okay. Now, you hear the, so it means that if they see kokoro at the entrance, they will buy. So what did I do? I was at Ikeja Plaza then. I had a secretary who was Igbo. God bless Igbo people. So we, consulting firm, we were consulting. But I'm a field person. We were talking. And the lady said, Oga, this thing is, I'm getting tired. So I went to Abeokuta and I discovered that we didn't find any place where we were buying kokoro. So what did I do? I packaged the kokoro, changed the name from kokoro to Koro, did a beautiful packaging. And my staff was selling it in that brick house opposite Ainke. I was paying her 14,000 then, that's like 6-7 years ago. And I was paying 15. She was making 14,000 every month selling kokoro in one building. Now today, don't go and do my idea. Now, today, if one of you goes to him to say, come, I can source kokoro for you, do you know what the market is? So there's a lot of opportunity in the value addition, in the production, and you can start with little or no capital, especially with Smedan now.
Thank you. And then lastly, you've talked about the value additions or the value chain. Can you just enlighten them on the different value chains that we have in agriculture? So, because a lot of people just think that agriculture is the farm and sweating. You understand what I mean? So what are the different aspects that people can dabble into?
Okay, one is production. I was on channels yesterday and one of the ladies saw me and I was telling them about production, like cucumber. Cucumber now, we harvested 40 bags as against 20 bags. What's the difference? Seeds. We don't have seeds in Nigeria. All of you that travel on vacation, don't waste money on vacation again. Vacate for business. We don't have seeds, you can bring in seeds. We don't have input like small tractors. You can tell one uncle or the Deloitte people, to partner with you and bring this thing. Samsung is there, and input. We don't have sprayers. Then apart from that, we don't also have packaging. People can add value by just packaging things. You're not changing it, just remove from one nylon into another nylon, packaging. Then apart from packaging, marketing. And marketing is not difficult. If you get 5 people's number here, you started marketing. 5 people on your street who eat tomatoes. A lot of things can happen. Take for instance, like my cobbler now. I wear made in Nigeria shoes. My cobbler now, I began to tell him, why don't you begin to look at a network, people in your church, in your mosque, and begin to sell things to them. Skin. The skin that they use to make shoes and bags from Italy is made in Kano. They finish the product and export to, and on the value chain, there's a lot of things to do. He's in the value chain. Tantalizer is preparing food. Mama Put, there's a lot of things to be done, which, let me chip this in. There's what I started, which is called the green collar jobs. Enough of white and blue. It's time for green collar jobs, where we can actually talk to you about the opportunities that is not being embraced. And after you embrace it, you only talk to him and him, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I have a police here telling me that we need to wrap up. Unfortunately, I would have loved to ask a lot more questions. And once again, because it's already 3:30, if you have more questions, again, you can take it online. So I'll give them the opportunity to tell us their Twitter handle so that we can ask questions online as well. So really quickly, what's yours?
African Farmer M at African Farmer M, or you can send a mail to freshfarmerng@gmail.com. Freshfarmer ng@gmail.com.
I'm not on Twitter.
Okay, mine is at Let's Talk Business, but the business is spelled Biznes. So Let's Talk Business, Biznes, and on Facebook, Let's Talk Business. You can download the free business plan guide there.
There are three. There's at Olufolawe, which is the private. There's at Pregnancy and You, then at P and Y.
Okay, and mine is at Maureen Iyasele. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for enlightening us and sharing your experiences with your businesses with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least you all know now that the difference between Dundu and Yamarita is what? Is what? Okay, good. I learned that also, the difference between Dundu and Yamarita. Now, we'll be going to, I'll be calling briefly the convener of this conference as they make their way down. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. If you've learned so much from them, put your hands together some more for them. And just to let you know that if your bank is not treating you well, you need what? You're not saying it well. We are here to donate some money to you, so you better say it well. If your bank is not treating you well, you need what? Okay, you need a new bank, and the new bank is Diamond Bank. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much, Diamond Bank, for sponsoring. Also, we want to thank GSK, producers of Lucozade Boost, Aqua Fresh, Horlicks, Maclean's, Panadol, Sensodyne, for sponsoring this event also. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. And I also want to appreciate Smile Internet, who says now you can. They are the official internet partners for this event. Please put your hands together for them also. Right now, I'd like to call my friend, my brother, the convener of this conference. Welcome with me, Jimmy Tewe.
Thank you very much. We need to go, right? I'm sorry. I mean, as a convener, my mind is like I'm keeping people here, and I do apologize about it. But has it been worth it? Excellent. Let's put our hands together one more time for every panelist, every person who has spoken today. All right, just a few things before we leave today. I heard that the CDs for today are available. You can get them at the exhibition stand. Also, some people asked if they could get the CDs for last year's event. We had 7 speakers for last year also. Please, it's available at the stand and the other resource materials. Now, we have had several people that are partnered with us on this, and I do appreciate them. And one of them is Transserve Disc. Now, I do a lot of audio production, and I think that we need, if you want to write books, think about writing audiobooks now, or putting together an audiobook, all right? And so what they do is that they're a big player currently in the entertainment industry. They promote and protect creativity. In fact, they're the only replication plants that their core value that they keep to is zero tolerance for piracy, all right? So they keep your intellectual property. They have the only DVD plant in Nigeria that has capacity to produce 500,000 CDs in a day. All right, that's quite big. They're saying that even you don't have to get to that level. If you want to start doing things small, you can speak to them right after. They produce 80% of corporate bodies, the CDs, DVDs for their annual reports currently. So it's a great organization. You should go and stop at the exhibition desk right out there. Also, I want to say a big thank you to David Wedge. They did, okay, so I'm wearing David Wedge from top to bottom, all right, to my shoes, all right? All right, you can see, right? That's fine, okay. So Dayo Iweje is the CEO of David Wedge. He was meant to be here, but he's out of the country also. But they have supported this conference. You can check them on davidwedge.com. I want you, please, I want to ask that you, and I'm doing this before the last thing we're going to do before we go, I want you to appreciate every volunteer that has been a part of this. I'm going to say thank you to them after, but please, thank you. I appreciate you for everything it is that you've done. Thank you very much. All right. For the panelists that are even here up until now, thank you so much. Let's put our hands together and appreciate them. Now, we will not leave until we do this, okay? If you look in your the brochure given to you, the last page just before the advert there, you have an action plan there. Let me say this to you: if you leave this place without an action plan, most likely you will do nothing about it. By tomorrow, half of what you heard today that you're inspired with or instructed with, you would have forgotten, all right? So we've designed this for you to keep. So I'm going to do a quick exercise, a few minutes. I believe everybody has a pen. All right, I want you to list 3 impactful things you have learned during today's session. Everybody, this is training now. Very quickly. 3 impactful things that you have learned during today's session. Please put that down very quickly. When you do this, what it does is that you are processing the information that is at your disposal, and you now know how to use it appropriately. 3 impactful things you have learned during today's sessions. So we had my session, we even had Barbara's session. By the way, Barbara, please can you come up? Some people came late. Can we appreciate? Yeah, come up. All right, please come up. Yeah, please clap and appreciate Barbara. All right. She gave a speech earlier. She's 10 years old. All right. And her mom said, let's appreciate her also. Thank you so much. I went to speak somewhere 2 weeks ago, and after she spoke, I was like, I will give you this time. She has something very special. All right, so thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. Okay. So I need you to write, from our sessions, 3 things you have learned. Very quickly. Let's do that. Can you play a little music, very light? If it's too much, I'll be angry. Let's help the process, all right? 3 things, very impactful. And if you're through with that, the next thing that is there says, list 3 goals you would like to focus on achieving in the next 90 days based on what you have heard. So for me, I will take those 3 things and say, based on these things, what are the goals? How do I apply them to my life? All right? Now there's a note here that says that it must include timeline. So we're saying 90 days, but there's some things you can do tomorrow. Am I right? That's what you can do next week, by next month, all right? So we include a timeline and also include an accountability partner. What you share, usually somebody will hold you up to it. All right? 3 goals you would like to focus on achieving in the next 90 days based on what you have heard. It should include a timeline and also an accountability partner. I'm going to give you 2-3 minutes to do that. I need you to do this because next year's event will be bigger. Are we together on that? This is the last time we're using this place. All right. You obviously cannot contain us. So we're going to use somewhere bigger. Next year we're going to be having breakout sessions so that each of the panel sessions will be a breakout. Then we'll now have a general session too. So that we have agreed already today. So let's do that very quickly.
We are the country.
3 goals you would like to focus on achieving in the next 90 days based on what you have heard. Let me also mention that my organization that is putting this together also is called Inspiro Consulting, and we do have quite a lot of career services. So if you do have challenges in your career, you want solutions, please just go to the stand. You will see a roll-up banner with my picture on it. Ask the staff that are there and they can give you more information where that is concerned. 3 things, 1 more minute. I need to get you out of here before 4. I may just have just a few minutes. Thank you to everyone, people that came from Cotonou for this meeting today. Some people came from Ghana today. I'm really excited. I don't have the figures. I heard that I can't get the data, but we had people from London and some other countries that that watched the live stream, and we trended on Twitter today. Is that not good? All right, so we trended today on Twitter, so it means a lot of people, actually followed it today. Please write that down. 3 goals. Write an accountability partner, somebody that can hold you up to it and say, you said you will do this, have you done it? What is going on? All right. Also, I encourage you to get a mentor. Okay. A lot of us here today are where we are simply because there are people that have provided guidance to us. Okay. Some of you could, after this event, just don't mob them. All right. Walk up to some of the speakers or panelists, particularly the ones that impacted you the most. And the worst thing they will say is no. Am I right? Am I right? What's the best thing they will say? Yes, right? So please make sure that you try to network. Make sure you meet people before you go. Have people that make people last there, and they have quite valuable relationships. All right. There is an event that Fela Jote will be at on the 29th of May, Youth Connect Forum. You'll be given a slip. It has a detachable part of it where you can fill your name and information. If you'd like to get more information about the program, it's called Youth Connect Forum 2014. Fela Jote and a couple other people, some of them you're seeing today, will be speaking at that event. So you will get a copy before you go. Kindly detach that and give that to the ushers before they go. All right, can I have Simply Michael please come forward? We started with the national anthem and we will end with the second stanza of the national anthem, right? The 7-Star Walker Conference is a national development initiative, all right? And so Nigeria will do very well. I will believe that Nigeria will be great again. I believe that strongly, all right? So I can't sing too well. I'm sure by my voice you know. Am I right? Okay, so this is someone that's going to help me. He's Simply Michael. Doing awesome things, and he will be doing that. Can we formally close this conference? But the exhibition will continue outside. You could go and get more information. I apologize. Okay. Please, can you sit down 1 minute? Michael, can you just sit down here? Don't run. Okay, please come. But I will stand here so that we'll end it. You want me to do that? No. Let's do it, please. All right. I will stand here as a timekeeper. Is that fine?
Okay, it's simple. You've learned some things in here, obviously, and we just need 3 people that can come here and tell us what you've learned here today. How it has impacted you, how you will apply the things you've learned here. That is all we want you to. And we are looking for 3 confident people. 1, 2, last person. I want a lady. Put your hands together for them. Sharp. 1 minute, and I unplug you. I want a lady, no confident lady in this room. Please, okay, come. Thank you. You're not clapping. You couldn't come. You cannot clap for them. Why? Nice. So, sir.
Thank you. What I have learned so far is that you never gave yourself life. God gave you life with a purpose. So, you get vision, you plan about the vision, then you pursue.
Nice one. So, 002.
Okay. I've learned 3 major things. Number 1, intensive research before going into business. Very key. Then create value while working or even while doing business. Then put God first.
Okay, thank you. Then.
Good afternoon, all. Although I came in really late, I learned one major thing. I learned a lot of things, but one thing I'll never forget is something that a gentleman on the panel spoke. I can't remember his name, the guy in brown. He says, if you snooze, you lose. And that just hit me. You know, a lot of us, we drown our sorrows by sleeping. We sleep till, but the time you spend in sleeping, you can spend it doing something else. Even if it's just to make Google your best friend, you never know what you would find online. So stop sleeping, start working. Thank you.
Thank you very much, timekeeper.
And thank you. Let's put our hands together for Abiola Salami for doing this for us. Let's please appreciate him. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you so much, sir. All right. We're going to, while we're doing this, my friend Steve Harris walked in. All right. Thank you. So he's around. So make sure you take a picture with him before you go, right? That's fine. We're going to end right now with the national anthem. I want you to sing it with the best voice you have, right? Okay, but from your heart today. Let's rise up and have Simply Michael, lead us in the second stanza. Thank you.
O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In all our honesty to grow and live in just and true. great lofty height attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. See you 2015 at the 7-Star Worker Conference. The exhibition continues outside. Please, you can walk up to the stands. You can walk up to any of the panelists in front. Please be gentle, all right, and get to meet them. Thank you. God bless you.
So you registered to vote. You should be very, very proud, because that card that you hold is very wisely.